right, everyone. Good evening. Happy Wednesday, my dudes. Hope everyone's having a great night. It is Wednesday, December 6th, 2023. And I hope you're all doing well. We're going to be playing Silent Hill. The first one. A good one. Arguably one of the best ones. Many people's favorite. And we're going to be playing a little bit of a special version that people might not have seen. For the most part, it's going to just seem like Silent Hill 1. But we're going to be playing the trade demo. So for those of you who have never seen the trade demo, this was a pre-release version of Silent Hill 1. This is the version that would have gone out to reviewers and, journalists at the time before the retail version hit shelves, so that people can write their reviews that go out on, to be in magazines at the same time the game was coming out. So this was like an early build. It was very close to the retail release, but not quite the retail release. So there's a few last minute changes that happened between this version and the version that actually was sold. So it'll be interesting to go through and point it out. Most of it is very minor kind of visual stuff, but there are some other little interesting tweaks and changes. And even a little bit of voice dialogue that is in this demo that is not in the final retail release. So we'll actually get, it's not a lot, but you get like one extra Harry Mason line that's not in the original retail release. So most of it's pretty minor. There's, some interesting stuff like that extra line, but overall it's still Silent Hill 1. So you can still absolutely just kind of watch this and enjoy it as Silent Hill 1, but it's got a couple little differences here and there. But let me catch up with everyone real quick before we dive into it. Livlin, thank you so much for the resub. Very much appreciated. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the 4 months. Back to basics. We're going back to Silent Hill 101. Technically, not even Silent Hill 1. Even before Silent Hill 1 by like a couple of months whenever this version was sent out to people. Sent out to reviewers. What's up, Ashlyn? Hope you're doing well. Hey, Nora. Hey, Elfbar, trade demo. Hopefully you heard the explanation. I'll be explaining it 100 more times tonight as people join and ask what's the difference. Hey, Christophonics. What's up, Joker? Hey, Phantom Cigar. Hey, Rachel. Love you. I don't know if she's paying attention. She's playing Phasmophobia with some friends right now, which... if you do hear screaming in the background, that's why. I promise there's nothing nothing worth investigating. Perfectly normal screaming. Hey, chucking dice. You can hear? Okay. Hey, Dr. Freeman. Imagine a Silent Hill that's not Ascension. I know, right? Hey, Nat 20, it's not trauma. I mean, there is trauma in this. It's not the main focus. Not the main focus of it. It's definitely a big part of it. Alessa's trauma plays a role in Silent Hill 1. But it's not the only thing going on. Never thought I would see you do a lore Silent Hill video again. Thought you were going to keep playing the silly monetized sloppy story known as Silent Hill Ascension. No, Denny Streams. I put it to a community vote. I put it to a community vote at the end of the month. So we experienced Ascension from day one when it premiered on Halloween night. I gave up my Halloween, my one and only Halloween night this year, for the premiere of Silent Hill Ascension, to be there for that instead. And I streamed every single day that Ascension was live for that entire month. And it was horrible, and I hated it. And I put it to a completely fair scam point vote at the end, and let people decide what we were going to do going forward with Ascension. And the majority of people wanted us to just never touch Ascension again and get back to doing this sort of stuff, doing story playthroughs of all the other games, doing some casual games and stuff in between, DBD, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, stuff like that. Playing some new horror games. So we're going to kind of alternate. So yesterday I did Dead by Daylight, and I did a poll to decide what Silent Hill game we were going to play tonight. So that poll went, and everyone fairly voted. And Yami put like 13,000 scam points and tipped the vote and chose Silent Hill 1. So thank you, Yami, for that totally not rigged vote and deciding that we would play Silent Hill 1. Technically, the majority of the community voted for Silent Hill 4, but Yami put the most scam points into Silent Hill 1, so we're doing Silent Hill 1. And then tonight, towards the end of the stream, we'll hold a poll and let people vote on what we will play next. So we'll just continue going forward like that. And then every once in a while, I'll play something else in between. DBD, Texas Chainsaw. Eventually, I want to get Alan Wake 2 and Signalis and stream those, because a lot of people have said that Signalis is very good and that it's a nice love letter to survival horror, psychological horror, Silent Hill especially. And Alan Wake 2, I've heard very mixed things. I've heard that, the story and characters and all of those aspects are really, really, really good. And the combat and gameplay is kind of poopy. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how Alan Wake 2 is. So at some point, I'll be getting to both of those. So it's going to be kind of a mix of things again. I'm still going to try and stream almost every day, like Monday through Friday. I'm still going to try and stick to more or less a schedule. Obviously, I'm already fucking that up and streaming late tonight because my sleep schedule is still absolutely destroyed, because on Friday we did an 11-hour stream covering Ascension, and I was awake for several hours before the start of that stream to set up for it, and I was awake for many hours after that stream to edit the video and get it onto YouTube and deal with a bunch of muted audio and having to edit and stitch things together because of copyright music being used for the credits and stuff like that. So yeah, I was basically awake for like, I don't know, 28 hours or something from Friday to Saturday. And I still have not recovered. I still have not recovered at all. So I hope everyone enjoyed the Ascension finale, because I destroyed myself putting all that together and then covering it for 11 hours. Didn't think the gameplay was too bad, better than the original. Only mixed thing with Alan Wake 2, it's on the EGS. Do I even want to know, Yami? What's the sleep schedule? Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's Epic Game Store. It's not on Steam. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Is it not on console as well? I have a PS5. I got a PS5 and a capture card. It is? Yeah, that's fine then. I'll probably just do it on console. Needed to get that Silent Hill 1 redeem. Well, for everybody who's here right now, since you're here early, well, before we start anyway, let me run a poll. New poll. And let everyone decide with your scam points what ending are we going to go for? This is regular new game, not new game plus, so UFO ending is not an option. But you can decide between the bad ending, the bad plus ending, the good ending, or the good plus ending. We'll let this run for like 10 minutes. There we go. Go ahead and vote for which ending you want to see for this playthrough. This is one of the things that I was honestly like, this is probably really simple. And again, this is for a lot of you who watch other streamers who actually like, I don't know, have figured this out ages ago. I was very hesitant on using scam points, channel points, stuff on my channel for a long time. And after Ascension, kind of basically twisted my arm into doing new things in a desperate attempt to make the streams entertaining while the most horrible shit ever happened on the screen. I've discovered the channel points are pretty cool. They're pretty fun. I like the interactivity of it. So this is something that, you know, we've kind of done before, but not with anything that's integrated like this. In fact, I should be able to, here we go, do that. But you can see there's the results of the poll as it is right now. Currently, bad plus is winning. Interesting. I guess it's one of those endings that we don't really do nearly as much. We don't really show it as often. Usually we do good or good plus for a lot of story playthroughs. And for speed runs, speedrun is usually bad plus, actually. At least for the sort of like any percent category, where bad plus, just so that everybody kind of understands the breakdown of each ending. So good plus is doing absolutely everything. We save Kaufman, we get the Aglophatus, we save Sybil, and we get the best possible ending. The good ending is we save Kaufman so that Kaufman can show up with the Aglophitous and everything like that, but we don't save Sybil. So we don't use the Aglophitous to save Sybil, and we just kill her on the merry-go-round fight. Bad plus is we save Sybil, but we do not save Kaufman. That's the typical any percent speedrun ending. So whenever I used to do speedruns and stuff, that was the main category that I run. And bad plus would typically be what the ending we see, because you save Sybil. It's faster to save Sybil because of a glitch using Aglophitous to skip the amusement park. So by using that glitch and skipping the amusement park, you automatically save Sybil because you skip that fight, but you don't take the time to go and save Kaufman. So bad plus is usually what we see during speedrun endings. And then bad is just worst possible ending. Don't save Kaufman, don't save Sybil. Worst ending. So everyone here gets to vote. You can use scam points to tilt the scales in your favor if you like. Right now, good plus is winning. It's pretty close between good plus and bad plus. But good plus is a solid 10% in the lead. But bad and good. Regular bad and regular good. No one cares. Dog ending. If only Silent Hill 1 had a dog ending. Hey, Zyron Blue. Watched the Ascension stuff when you were going over it. It was pretty terrible. Had not seen anything up until that point. Yeah, it was a whole nother layer of a whole new low, I guess, for Konami, for Silent Hill. Does the trade demo affect any aspect of the endings, or are they largely the same? The endings are largely the same. Yeah, the trade demo doesn't really change any of the endings. Again, most of the trade demo differences are going to be relatively minor visual things. And I guess we'll, while the poll is running, let me go ahead and just get this started. All right. Good old classic Silent Hill 1. Still such an amazing intro. I love that intro, that song. All the scenes from it, for the most part, are also like all original. The fact that all of it is part of the story. You know, Harry driving up into Silent Hill with Cheryl in the back seat, asleep, like everything leading up to the crash, little glimpses of, you know, other characters, Dahlia and everything. It's great. Love it. Looks like the poll ended. Definitely not rigged. Rachel, the Eldritch, contributed 17,000 channel points, and 83 others, or excuse me, 82 others also contributed points or votes towards Good Plus. And lost? Wait, it doesn't tell me that. It just says you contributed that. It didn't say that you contributed that to a different ending. You went for bad plus? Well, you burned all your points for nothing. Good plus one. Good plus one. Good one out over evil. Reaver burned yours. Oh, yeah. Also, let's go ahead and just put chat on here. We can have chat on here. It's just like Ascension, for real, for real. All right. So, for anyone who's just tuning in, because I've already seen people asking in chat and we're going to get it asked a million times, tonight we're playing the trade demo version of Silent Hill 1. This is a pre-release version of Silent Hill 1. This is from before the retail version came out. This is the version that got sent out to journalists and reviewers and people like that. So it's got a few changes, things that were tweaked right before the retail release. So it has some slight differences and some interesting things. It's not a whole lot. It's not like a crazy different game or anything, but I'll be pointing out some little differences and things here and there. And obviously, I do not have a physical copy of this. Physical copies of the trade demo are extremely, extremely rare, which is why up until about 6 years ago, like, it didn't even really exist. Like, people knew it existed, but there was not like a copy of it floating around online until somebody won an eBay auction that contained, I think, a bunch of different demo discs, including a trade demo of Silent Hill 1. And they went online and posted and kind of showed what they had, and somebody kind of helped walk them through the steps of taking it and dumping that information online so that other people could experience it. So that's how we are experiencing it today, thanks to the efforts of those fans and the person who won that original auction being willing to take that and upload it for other people to check it out. So we're playing this through the DuckStation emulator. So I've got a bunch of different DuckStation enhanced settings. So the game is running with a widescreen hack. So hopefully things are not. Ideally, this is supposed to make it widescreen without making the images too stretched. There's times where it works well. There's times where it looks a little more stretched. I think overall it looks okay. And a few other graphic enhancements, higher internal resolution, some cleaned up textures and things like that. So we'll be playing it through the emulator with some nicer looking visual settings and stuff. And yeah, like I said, we'll just be going through enjoying the story. It's overall the same game, so we'll still just be enjoying Silent Hill 1. The community voted on the ending, so we'll be going for the good plus ending. And I'll be taking my time to go through and point out a few of the little differences, in particular with this version of the game. How many hours are we looking at tonight? Hopefully I can finish this tonight around 6 or 7 hours. But you know me, I talk too much. And if we go too long, then we may split this into 2 streams. So right from the intro, straight into this, we see the events leading up to Harry's crash and then the aftermath. He wakes up in the town, the fog's rolling in. Daughter Cheryl is gone. Cheryl, where could you be? It's strange. It's quiet. Too quiet. This place is like a ghost town. Cheryl. Sorry, but my Harry Mason impression's gonna be a little bit off because my allergies are absolutely kicking my ass, so my throat is still a little swollen. Can't really breathe. But we're gonna hang in there. Struggle our way through this. My car, too banged up to drive. Where's Cheryl? Hope she's safe. Harry never got out of that seat. That is the bad ending. So we had everybody vote between one of the 4 endings, and since we're not going to be getting that ending, we can go ahead and spoil it, I guess. But yeah, that is the bad ending of Silent Hill 1. If you do not save Sybil, if you do not save Kaufman, then you wind up getting an ending sequence where Harry died in the crash, and the entire events of the game were his just last dying thoughts. A delusion of a dying man, which in a small way is kind of how it's almost like a lead up into Shattered Memories. That's sort of the setup for the alternate universe for Shattered Memories. Not quite, not exactly, but close enough. Is Ascension over? Ascension's not over. It is still going for like 9 more months for people who want to go and look at it. But I won't be experiencing it anymore. Yeah, the 811, the 812. It's actually called the 8 Mart. You can see there on the doors. This is one of the things I love about the classic games, is all these little details and things in the environment. I mean, for like a PlayStation 1 game, going out of your way to make little details on the windows, little signs and things for the 8 Mart in like a fully explorable 3D town environment. This sort of stuff was super uncommon. There were not a lot of games that really attempted to try and do this, especially as open as Silent Hill 1 does it. They mask the draw distance with the fog instead of breaking the town up into chunks with like loading screens, the way like Resident Evil typically would try and do that. And then not only that, but they make sure that their town is populated with interesting little assets. So the newspaper machines, there's a newspaper that you can see in front of the machine. And I mean, on the original console on a TV back in the day, like there's no way in hell you're going to be able to see what newspaper, headline is on the newspaper inside one of these machines. But now, like running these games through emulators and upscaling the textures and looking at them closer, you can see a lot of the extra detail in there where it says Bill Skins 5th. It's a little reference to Silence of the Lambs. So stuff that nobody would have really seen back in the day unless you had a cutting edge technology, top of the line entertainment system, really high definition TVs and stuff back then were insanely expensive, and very, very, very few people would have had them, and all the proper setups with their PlayStation 1 to get enough quality out of the image to even make these kind of details out. PS1 didn't output high enough resolution no matter what, right? Yeah, I mean, at the very best, I'm not super tech savvy when it comes to a lot of these things, but no matter what, you're gonna hit an upper cap of what the PS1 is capable of outputting. Now you can have a really good monitor and everything that it's hooked up to. Well, either way, a lot of great detail in this game. We're going to go through and explore a lot of the town and look at a lot of these details. But first, we need to go look for Cheryl. There's a few different ways. You can just sort of run down the street and eventually you'll hit a sort of a trigger that sets off the next instance, the next little cutscene. And funny enough, if you try to go into the 8 Mart, you can see the door here is open. That also activates this same trigger. So try and go inside. Harry stops and turns around. He can hear footsteps all the way across the road, all the way over here. I mean, really, really superhuman hearing.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
Hey, wait, stop. There goes Cheryl, off into the fog, never to be seen again. Unless... So you can run up this way, and you get a bit of dialogue that says, I'd better follow Cheryl. And it automatically turns Harry around. But there's actually something you can do here. If you open up your inventory on the same frame that Harry is supposed to be stopped by that text. There we go. First try. You can run right through that little barrier. And that glitch does work on the retail version. It's not exclusive to the trade demo. So this lets you run around and explore the rest of the town before it's supposed to be open up to you. There's no monsters. There's nothing really spawned in. So you're able to explore without worrying about air screamers and stuff like that, which can be really, really nice. And, oh, hey, there we go. There's Cheryl. Would you say you have a decent speedrun time? I mean, it's Silent Hill 1. The whole point of the game is to find Cheryl. We found Cheryl, so that's time. All right. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in for another Silent Hill in-depth story playthrough. I really appreciate you all joining me. Now, we got to get that good plus ending. This is the good plus ending. Everyone voted for good plus, so we got to play a little bit more of the game. And take a family photo. She's fine. She's just playing in the middle of the intersection in the fog, as children do. It's perfectly fine. I'd better follow Cheryl. Okay, we'll go follow Cheryl, quote unquote Cheryl, for real now. But that's also just how the game works. It needs to get rid of Cheryl's model when she's not visible here running through the fog. So for those sequences where she runs out of sight, that's where the game moves her model to. So that way the player can never catch up to it chasing after her normally. Except for these little sequences where you're supposed to catch glimpses of her. Like right around the corner there. And I think that's the last time we see Cheryl's model. I think from this point on, she becomes an aspect of Alessa. So we start seeing the projections of Alessa, which is Alessa using Cheryl, who is secretly the other half of her soul, as a way of projecting her own image around the town. So goodbye, Cheryl. At least until you become reunited with Alessa and reincarnated into Heather. What is it? This dialogue is actually different in the PAL version. I don't think there is a PAL trade demo. There might be, but there's not one as far as I'm aware. Hey, Stinky Treen. Speaking of pals, it's my pal Stinky Treen. Yeah, that siren in the background. And that'll start getting louder as we get further and further into the alley here. What's up, Trina? I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, friends. We are playing the Silent Hill 1 trade demo. Which is a fully playable beginning to end with all the endings version of Silent Hill 1. But with a few changes, because this was the version that got sent out to reviewers and journalists and stuff before the game went on sale a few months later. So in that small gap of time, there were a few last-minute changes and tweaks to the final game before it went to retail release. Right now, there's already been a really big change. Some of you are familiar with the trade demo. Some of you may have seen me go through this before, so maybe you already know it. But a lot of you probably didn't even catch it. A lot of people probably didn't even catch it. So when I started the game, it didn't ask for the difficulty. There was no select easy, select normal, select hard. Because there is no difficulty selection. This only really has
the next town over.
One difficulty, but I think it still functions the same way as the retail release, where once you finish it, New Game Plus is more difficult. And one thing that's really interesting about it, since I'm doing this through an emulator and I can kind of test things, it's compatible with save files from the retail version. So you can take like a hard mode save file or an easy mode save file from the retail version and load it up with the trade demo, and it works just fine, but it just automatically sets it to the blank trade demo default difficulty, which is apparently its own thing, because it's not The closest thing it is to the retail version would be normal difficulty, but it's not the same as normal difficulty. There are definitely different things. So, first of all, Trade Demo has its own difficulty. That's the main difference so far. Everything else has been pretty much the same. Deverin, thank you so much. Welcome back. Appreciate the 25 months of support. Nice to see good Silent Hill again. It's nice to enjoy and play and experience some good Silent Hill again and share it with you guys and talk about it with you guys. This is so much more fulfilling than trying to make sense of garbage, like trying to take notes on nonsense and make sense of it and share it with people. This is much better. That's strange. It's getting darker. Better than nothing, I guess. I love this light source. I love the little flickery match or lighter or whatever this is supposed to be. You never use this ever again. The only other light source for the whole rest of the game is a flashlight. But I really like the look of this. It has its own, like, unique lighting effect. Creepy wheelchair. This is the start of all of that, and it originally had plot significance before this just kind of became a trope in Silent Hill games. Having a creepy wheelchair. Fuck, even Team Silent does it. By the time they get to Silent Hill 4, the wheelchair is just a ghost-like enemy thing. But here, we've got a broken wheelchair. What's this doing here? So we're already starting to see elements of Alessa and her nightmare permeating into the reality of the town. So Harry's exploring and finding things like these broken wheelchairs. Alessa is wheelchair bound by this point in the story. So the Alessa that we keep seeing, there's like the 7-year-old flashback Alessa, who's the same age as Cheryl. But that was when Cheryl was born, which was 7 years before the events of this game. So Cheryl is 7 now, meaning Alessa's 14. And you see Alessa as like a 14-year-old running around the town at various points in like a blue dress or a purplish dress. And that is not really her either. That is a projection of her. So her real body is still in Dahlia Gillespie's care, and the other half of her soul, which is Cheryl, the daughter that Harry brought with him, you know, his adopted daughter, she is the other half of Alessa. She is the other half of her soul. And once she returns to the town, Alessa is able to control that half of her soul as an aspect of herself. So she's able to use it to project that Alessa that you see for most of the game. But her actual body is what you see at the very end, where she's wrapped in a dirty blanket and she's all burned up and she's sitting in a wheelchair next to her projection self, the other half of her soul, and Dahlia Gillespie. So that was the significance originally for the wheelchairs, is Alessa herself being wheelchair bound as a big part of how severe her burns were, how bad her injuries were. So we start seeing that. That theme emerge. Same thing for elements from the hospital where Alessa has been kept for most of her life. She's been kept in Alchemilla Hospital in the basement, in secret rooms, being cared for secretly. and we see patients, bloody gurneys with dead bodies and or blood stains and similar things on them. What's this? Harry doesn't know what to make of it, but we do. All of these aspects of Alessa's subconscious, all of these parts of her nightmare, that she's essentially stuck in a nightmare, in a coma, that she's been living for the last 7 years. And the spiritual power of the town itself is taking that nightmare and manifesting it into reality at this point. So we're starting to see all of these themes, all of these elements of Alessa's fears, her subconscious, being projected into reality and sort of warping reality. I love this build-up for this intro too. The way the music is constantly just intensifying. Hadokins, thank you so much for the Prime reset. Appreciate the 7 months. Thank you, thank you. There's some really good subtle effects going on, such as with the rain. The rain itself dripping down, it doesn't have like just a static rainfall texture. Trying to clear my throat. I'm gonna have no voice, but the rain texture itself is dynamic depending on the surface that it lands on, and we'll see examples of this later on in better detail, where if it lands on dirt or sand or concrete or metal fence or grating, all of that will look different. It all has a different effect. And again, we're talking about a PS1 game that came out in 1999. Like, it was towards the end of the PS1 lifespan, or at least kind of the end of what they were doing, reaching the extents of what could be done with the PS1 hardware. And Team Silent made like full use out of every little bit that they could when it came to putting all of these things. They crammed in every little visual effect that they could, used like every trick in the book. This is a really good example, just aside from being a horror fan and this being a great example of psychological horror and survival horror back in the day, but it's a really good example of kind of what the PS1 was capable of. It's using so many different lighting effects and shaders and dynamic camera effects and all these other little visual effects that are all running at the same time. Fog and darkness and these little bugs that are tracking you, following you around. They're attracted to your light source, something that they would go on and continue to use in Silent Hill 2. But yeah, there's like all these different little visual things running all at the same time. It's really impressive, even with like the visual enhancements that you're currently seeing through the emulator taken into account. Like, even playing this on original hardware on an old TV back in the day, all of this stuff did still stand out. Like, the picture itself was more grainy, but all of this added detail and depth and movement to the image. So it's not like something that was sort of unappreciated or that players were unaware of back in the day. Like, it was really, really impressive for the time. You know, these really awesome camera angles. Stuff that you can only really do with tank controls where the player
What
is
is
just
this?
not in control of the camera for
What's
the most
going
part.
on here?
Start being attacked by these enemies. Those are known as mumblers. But it was all just a dream. Or was it? Bum bum bum.
Was I dreaming?
How do you feel?
Oh, like I've been run over by a truck. But I'm all right, I guess.
Glad to hear it. You from around here? Why don't you tell me what happened?
Sybil's such a good character.
Wait a second, I'm just a tourist. I came here for a vacation.
I love this introduction
just got
to her.
here.
All this weird music and the camera angles and everything.
I
So
don't know
good.
what happened. I'd like to find out myself.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen a little girl? Just turned 7 last month, short, black hair. My daughter.
Sorry. The only person I've seen in this town is you.
Where is everybody?
I'd tell you if I knew, believe me. But from what I can tell, something bizarre's going on. That's all I know. What's your name?
Harry. Harry Mason.
Sybil Bennett. I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over. The phones are all dead, and the radio too. I'm going back to call in some reinforcements. Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
My daughter. I've got to find her.
No way. It's dangerous out there.
In that case, I need to find her now. Cheryl's my little girl.
She doesn't even have a gun.
I can't just leave her out there by herself.
Have you got a gun?
No.
Take this, and hope you don't have to use it. Now listen to me. Before you pull the trigger, know who you're shooting. And don't do it unless you have to.
Yeah, we're gonna have to
And don't go
in like
blasting
5
me by
minutes.
mistake.
Foreshadowing. Don't go blasting me by mistake.
Yeah, thanks.
You do best to stay nearby. I'll be back with help as quick as I can.
That's supposed to be a little hint to the player later on when you encounter possessed Sybil that there might be a way of dealing with her without just fighting her. And it's supposed to incentivize you to use the Aglophitous. Or at least to explore options other than just shooting her. But yeah, wonderful scene. I love that introduction, that cutscene, that bass line that kicks in with that super dreamy music. Very, very David Lynch, very Twin Peaks vibes from a lot of this. In the best of ways. And then here we are. We're right back. Very like jarring almost. Sybil leaves and kind of takes the nice down tempo music with her, and leaves Harry alone in this quiet, now kind of eerie diner. The snow still falling outside. But we've got a ton of stuff to look at in this diner. There's so many little details. Right here next to the exit, we've got 2 posters for a band called Portishead. So if you enjoyed that nice down-tempo, bass-heavy music that was playing during that cutscene with Sybil, you might also enjoy Portishead, because they definitely had some influence on Akira Yamaoka when he was doing a lot of the Silent Hill soundtracks. If you enjoy the more down-tempo, kind of trip-hoppy sounding aspects of the Silent Hill soundtrack, you'll enjoy Portishead. And some more direct influences here to Team Silent. They wore their influences on their sleeves and stuck all of these things like directly into their environments. And it's one of those things where, depending on how it's done, certain games do this and it feels very like, I don't know, cringy is the only good descriptor for it. I hate using that word, but it's applicable in that scenario. Like, normally if you're playing a horror game and it's just got like a poster for The Shining, you know, on the wall or something, you'd be kind of like, come on, that's a little too on the nose. Well, Team Silent was doing that shit all the way back in Silent Hill 1. Here's Stephen King directly on the wall. These 2 yellow posters are Stephen King from his college days. He's got long hair and a beard, not too dissimilar from how I look most of the time. He's holding a shotgun and like has this crazy smile, big crazy grin on his face. And it just says "study, damn it." And that, if you Google like Stephen King "study, damn it," you can pull up the actual real world version of this and compare it. But yeah, it's Stephen King holding a shotgun and it says "study, damn it." It was a little page out of his campus college newspaper that he would write and edit for. So he put this in as like a little joke, you know, telling his classmates to study forcefully with a shotgun. Good old Stephen King. Wonder if he ever did anything of note. Pinball machine. Nothing unusual. Real world pinball machine that this is based on. It's a machine called Medieval Madness. It's very difficult to get a nice view of it from default here in the diner. Because I'm playing this without a save file, we don't have any New Game Plus unlocks, which includes the self-view mode, which is almost like a first-person view. It lets you look at stuff from Harry's perspective, which is the best way to get a side view of this, but we can't do that, so take my word for it. It's a Medieval Madness pinball machine. You can get a little bit closer view of it, kind of the side of it from here. Not by much, though. Health drink. Flashlight. Go ahead and look at these things. Health drink, 1 in stock, supplies nutrition to recover small amount of stamina. This is such a survival horror PS1 menu. There's something that I still love about just kind of this visual style of everything, the little rotating icons in the inventory and just the blinking color with the like screen ripple effect on Harry's face. The Tomb Raider spinventory. Yeah, exactly. There was a lot of games around that time that started messing with like putting the model out there and spinning it. Because I mean, you gotta understand, this was a time when 3D in games was still just becoming the normal thing. Like this was still in the shift from games being majorly 2D into 3D models and environments. So trying to emphasize something like a 3D model in every way that you can, even down to opening up the menu and being like, look, here's the model spinning it around so you can see it in 3D. It's great. It's such a product of its time. We've got our nutrition drink, supplies nutrition to recover small amount of stamina. It becomes kind of confusing over the course of the series because not only do they rename these, but they also change up the mechanics. So this says stamina, and in Silent Hill 1, there is technically stamina, but it doesn't really affect anything. The only thing that really matters is health. And even though this says it recovers stamina, it's recovering health. They changed that from Silent Hill 2 onward, where stamina is like a separate thing and health is a separate thing. Although they never really expressly talk about stamina as a mechanic in 2 and 3, but anyway, that's a whole nother discussion. When we get to those in depths, we'll talk about that more. We got our handgun, received from Sybil, holds up to 15 rounds. And we've got our flashlight, one touch on and off switch in the chest pocket. We need to equip that gun. And there we go. The residential area map for Silent Hill. And this area, like, very rarely gets revisited in full. Pretty much never gets revisited in full ever again. You get little parts of it in Silent Hill Origins. Not really, but kind of. You get a few streets and familiar buildings. Mostly from Central Silent Hill. Not this section, though. One of those things, because I always liked this part of Silent Hill. I loved the Silent Hill 1 residential area with Midwich and the neighborhoods and everything like that. And here we get a reverse camera view after picking up the map so we can see out the window. They do a little teaser. You get that little glimpse of the air screamer fluttering past the window. All it's doing is ripping off Resident Evil. By this point, you know, Resident Evil 1, Resident Evil 2, this was 99. So Resident Evil 1, Resident Evil 2, and Code Veronica were all out. So this kind of took a lot of cues from Resident Evil, and you can see that a lot. Was Code Veronica 2000? I remember playing it on Dreamcast, but it might have been 2000. It would have been, because Dreamcast was right at the very tail end of 99. Comfort Zone, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I'm alert. Good luck. Have fun, guys and gals. Thank you so much, Comfort Zone. Much appreciated. February of 2000. Okay, so Code Veronica wasn't quite out yet, but then it would have been Resident Evil 1 and 2, and that's a Resident Evil 2 thing, giving you the reverse camera shot of the window, the static camera shot of the window, so that you can see an enemy like crawl past or flutter past in this case. Resident Evil 2 does that as a foreshadow to the liquor enemies. And then we see that same visual thing achieving the same effect here in Silent Hill 1, just to sort of tease the introduction of the Air Screamer. Save points. It's just a little notepad on a red clipboard with a pen. Someday someone may experience these bizarre events. Hopefully they will find my notes useful. So every time you save the game, Harry Mason, he's a writer by profession. So whenever you're saving the game, you're basically just stumbling across one of these notepads somewhere in Silent Hill, and Harry writes down his accounts of what has happened up to him, happened up to that point to him. And you never get to really read what Harry is writing down. Like when you load your game, it doesn't show you a notepad of here's what Harry wrote down last time you saved or anything like that. It's just a save mechanic, right? So for Silent Hill 3, they expand upon this in such that as Heather, 17 years later after this game, you wind up returning to Silent Hill as Heather and revisiting a few places where Harry Mason was and where he had a save point and where you saved your game, presumably in Silent Hill 1, and Harry wrote something down. So in Silent Hill 3, as Heather going through like Lakeside Amusement Park, you get to read what Harry Mason wrote down. When you're in Alessa's room in Silent Hill 3, you get to read what Harry Mason wrote down. That was a wonderful little tie-in that they did with Silent Hill 3, not only making it a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1, but expanding on this idea that was originally just a save point and making it a connecting, thread from Harry to Heather, from Silent Hill 1 to Silent Hill 3. I think that was really, really smart. Just a smart way to write Silent Hill 3 as a sequel. This is why Silent Hill 3 is the next game to stream. We're going to put it to a vote.
Think of doing something so disgusting.
We're going to put it to a vote to decide. Yo, what's up, Techie? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. We're chilling. We're doing a nice in-depth story playthrough of Silent Hill 1. And we're doing it with DuckStation enhanced, all these enhanced features, visuals and stuff. And we're playing the trade demo, because why not? It's got some interesting little differences. And we're talking about them as we go. There's a health drink. And a kitchen knife. It is entirely possible to beat this game using only this knife, but it is a huge, huge, huge pain in the ass. And this game shows you how terrible this weapon is in the very first fight. Anybody who's ever tried to fight this very first Air Screamer and conserve ammo and kill it with the knife instead, yeah, you know how much pain that is. Even with all of my time and experience playing these games and running this game and doing a bunch of stuff, killing this Air Screamer with the knife is like next to impossible. We're going to do it. We're going to do it perfectly on the first try. A radio. Is it broken? Can't hear anything.
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
gonna do it. We're gonna do it perfectly. We're gonna save those bullets. Sybil gave us express orders to not use the gun unless we have to. And I intend to follow those orders.
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
Yeah, definitely, if you're not already following Techie, go follow Techie. Techie's an absolute legend. Good friend. Go follow him. Oh, I had it too. It. This is a bit like if anybody's ever seen the stun lock with in Metal Gear Solid, the fist fight with Liquid on top of Metal Gear, trying to get that timing. It's kind of similar to that.
What's that?
Where if you can get the first hit,
radio,
and then kind of stay
What's
on rhythm,
going on with that radio?
it's fine. But if you fuck it up, it's so hard to recover. I thought I could take one more hit before I needed to heal again. Lost the watch streak because you missed the DVD stream? Damn.
What's that?
Damn shame.
Huh. Radio.
Lost all
What's
them
going
scam
on with that
points.
radio? We're gonna shoot him. Fuck it. I'm gonna shoot him. I've made my point. Knife only is a pain in the ass right off the bat. The first enemy in the game is like the hardest thing to kill with the knife. What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio? This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
This is not a dream. All right. Now I've got my pocket radio, portable radio that emits static when monsters are near.
Another Silent Hill staple. Introduced right off the bat. Where could Cheryl have gone? I guess I'll check that alley again. I just imagine Harry taking out the map from his back pocket or whatever and having like a cyborg eye that pops out of his head and like zooms in on it whenever it does that graphic, that like blue blinking outline zoom in on the map to be like, where was Cheryl last? Where should I go where should I go look for Cheryl? Because it's such a like, I get it when it's in Resident Evil where everything kind of has like a little bit of a technological spin on it. But it seems very out of place for for Silent Hill for it to zoom in on the map like that. I mean, especially when the player can zoom in on the map like this. You could just do it like this and then put the red marking there. Why do we need the blue cyborg vision? I guess it's more fun. It's more video gamey. Nub, were you a fan of the first Silent Hill movie? I like the first Silent Hill movie in the way that I like watching bad movies. It's kind of a like somewhat big budget, well shot schlock horror movie. So on the one hand, it has some like genuinely impressive visuals and sets and practical effects and stunts. So I like it in that aspect. It's a satisfying schlocky horror movie with some cool practical stuff in it that can be appreciated. I do not like it as an adaptation of Silent Hill. Because all it unfortunately did was add a lot of misinformation and misunderstanding from fans and people who want to get into the series and just would watch the movie instead of playing the games and think that whatever happened in the movies is how it is in the games. And if it's just fans, you know, back in 2006 or whatever, when the movie came out, who are watching that stuff and saying, oh, there's fires burning under Silent Hill and there's ash raining from the sky because they watched the movie instead of playing this game that says there is no coal mine fire and it's snowing out of season, but there is no ash. So those sorts of details get lost when things like the Silent Hill movie come out and people summarize the games by watching a movie adaptation instead of just playing the games themselves. Normally, that would not be, you know, such a bad thing, right? Well, see, that happened in 2006. It's 2023 now. It's been almost 20 years since then. People like Jeremy Coman, who are a producer for Silent Hill Ascension, has seen the Silent Hill movie, you know, and he's younger than I am, so he would have grown up. He would have been a kid in 2006 when that movie came out. That would have been a bigger influential factor on him as a creative in regards to Silent Hill as an adult, as a producer today. So now the people who were kids or teens or whatever in 2006 who saw the Silent Hill movie and that was their interpretation of the town, which is so vastly different and not what Team Silent intended the vision of the games to be. Now the people who are making the games, the people behind creating these games, have to take in this misinformation as an understood part of the overall lore, because there are so many fans and people who grew up with it, with that misinformation, with that stuff that from the movies that's unrelated to the games and vice versa, that, you know, all of that gets taken into consideration now. So you're no longer trying to make something that is Silent Hill in terms of the vision that Team Silent had established. You're making something that is kind of a bastardization of it through misinformation over the years. Long-winded way of saying, in terms of like a Silent Hill adaptation, the film did way more harm than good, and I do not like it for that reason. But if I'm just like sitting down to watch a bad horror movie with some decent effects and camera work, can't go wrong with the Silent Hill movie, the first one anyway. The second one is hard to watch. It's not even, it has a few moments, but even for like watching bad movies, Silent Hill Revelations is rough. That one's even worse. I picked up the key, right? Okay. Key of the Woodman. Key to the garden house. Key to the garden of the house found in the basketball court. Some of these item descriptions are a little bit different from the retail version of the game, so I want to make sure and check everything. We're going to be as thorough as we can. You know it's a good story playthrough when it's been an hour and a half and I'm like not even close to going to Midwich. Good view of the air screamer. All the enemies and stuff in this game, like, again, this is not Harry Mason's inner trauma being portrayed as a creature, you know, that the way that, again, newer developers and newer fans interpret the series. The series didn't start like this. The series wasn't always trauma, all the characters having psychological, you know, visual representations of their trauma. Everyone is experiencing the same thing, the same nightmare in Silent Hill 1. Everyone is experiencing Alessa's nightmare. It is trauma. It's Alessa's childhood trauma, her fears, things that scared her, even if it's something as simple as a dinosaur in a storybook or a picture book that appears as like the air screamer, or dogs and things like that, school bullies, all being represented as the air screamers, the dog enemies, the mumblers, and larval stalkers and stalkers later on. All these things that Alessa feared are being manifested into reality, and everyone is experiencing them. Harry, Kaufman, Sybil. It's a little bit hard to see. I really should have done a New Game Plus file just so that we could get self-view mode. This works. So this is one of the changes from the trade demo to the retail version. Like I said, there's some very minor visual things that are different. So this texture on the side of the police cars was altered for the retail release, because right now it says Buffalo Traffic Division. So I don't know if they pulled from a reference image of a cop car in Buffalo, New York, or if this is somewhere else. Apparently, there is a Buffalo, Illinois, and based on interviews with Team Silent, one of the times they were getting inspiration for making the town for Silent Hill 1, they wanted to come to the US and get some personal like references and photos and get an idea just for what it feels like to be in a town roughly the size of Silent Hill, in a typical like American town. So they came to the US for E3, which was in Chicago at that time. This would have been 97 or 98. So they came to the US and Team Silent was in Chicago, and then they mentioned in an interview that they went to some areas near Chicago and some small towns and stuff that were near lakes, specifically to get ideas and inspiration for modeling the town for Silent Hill 1. So this may have been something that came from one of those reference photos from their trip to the US. But then again, they also use random bits of reference from any kind of media that represents America. So Midwich itself, for example, we're going to go off on a whole thing about Kindergarten Cop, because a lot of assets around Midwich are based on assets that we see, or not assets, but real life counterparts in the film Kindergarten Cop. So they were basically, it's a team of native Japanese men trying to make a game set in, New England in the United States. They're unfamiliar with it. They need to do reference. They need to do research in order to make accurate references. And some of that they did themselves, such as their trip to Chicago and nearby areas. Some of that they got through media, through books and movies and stuff like Kindergarten Cop. So it's just kind of interesting seeing some of these little assets that have changed between this trade demo and the retail version that would have been finalized just a couple of months after this. Yeah, it's harder to get an angle from this side, but same thing on that side. Buffalo traffic division. Yeah, Gagasomnia, lived in Chicago all your life. Totally looks like a 90s Chicago cop car. Very well could be. Could be what they used. He already got up. There's a lot of animations to the air screamers where they'll fly around, they'll land on certain things, they'll walk along the ground. They can sort of like hop up and down off things, and you never really see a whole lot of it. Most of the time they're just being a pain in the ass flying around. But there's like a surprising amount of variance to each of the enemy animations and stuff in this game. Yami, thank you so much for the bit. Please, sir, I'd like some more scam points, please, to totally not rig votes. Enjoy your extra scam points, Yami. Thank you so much. And Rachel, thank you so much for gifting out a sub to Solistair. Solistair, enjoy the sub, enjoy the emotes, and enjoy the extra scam points. And actually, if I've got somebody here, one of my moderators that can do a poll, we already ran a poll earlier for everyone to determine what ending we're going to be going for with this playthrough. And good plus ending is what won. So we're going to be going for good plus ending. And We also need to run a poll for what will be the next story playthrough. So after we finish Silent Hill 1, what Silent Hill game would everyone want to see a story playthrough of? We'll try and get that poll set up for you in a moment. If one of my moderators can do it, then they can. Otherwise, I'll do it here in a second. God, these enemies. I love them. Just trying to get a good view of like all the different enemies, their attack animations and stuff like that. Something that I don't always take the time to do in story playthroughs. A lot of times I'll just try to run through and not really look at the enemies and take the time to pay attention to them. But whenever I'm playing on Duck Station and we have these enhanced graphics and stuff looks so nice, I tend to be more motivated to try and... Wow, what a shot. To try and look at a lot of these things since we see them in more detail now. You can see the inside of the dog's mouth is all rendered. You can see its tongue and teeth and everything. There's a texture for all of that. Team Silent games only? Yeah, just 2, 3, or 4. So what will we play after 1? Will it be Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, or Silent Hill 4? And Reaver, thank you so much for the 1500 bits, dude. The only good thing about the knife is Harry's twerking. We'll save that for later. We'll get there. We'll get there. But I agree. That's the main function of the knife. The main function of the knife. It's twerkability. Here, we should get a good shot of an air screamer doing some unique animations over here. You see him on the top of the trash can, just sort of flapping his wings a little bit. Oh, now he's aggressive. He's seen me. I'm going to the 8 Mart. There we go. Poll is running. Nub's next story playthrough. So Silent Hill 1's going to take us a while. It's either going to be a long stream tonight or a stream today and tomorrow. But once Silent Hill 1 is over, what would everyone like to see? Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, or Silent Hill 4, The Room? Go ahead and vote. I'm actually going to just hide chat for a moment while that runs. Full disclosure, I'm voting Silent Hill 3, but I'm sure it'll be 2. It's fine. Hey, you can use your scam points, and full disclosure, the poll that we had yesterday to determine that we're playing Silent Hill 1 today, Silent Hill 4 was very much in the lead until Yami dropped like 13,000 points on Silent Hill 1. So it can change very abruptly depending on how many points people want to contribute towards it. No regrets. But yeah. And for those who didn't know, yes, you can go inside the 8 Mart in Silent Hill 1. You can't go in there initially, but if you run back after the nightmare sequence in the beginning, you can come inside, get a bunch of extra supplies, and if you're on New Game Plus, this is also where you pick up the channeling stone, which is used for the UFO ending. I like how the air screamer doesn't just like reset or respawn here. Come back outside and it's still it's gone. It's like flown away somewhere. All right, let's go check out that alleyway where Cheryl was. Retrace our steps from the nightmare. Do the air screamer landing animation. A couple of dogs. Here's a little change. So there's a dog right here in this section of the alley. Some of these little enemy placements and item placement tweaks from the trade demo to the final release version. Same thing for this like pipe and texture and everything.
Isn't this Cheryl's sketchbook? She's at the school.
Cyborg vision enhance. Midwich Elementary School. Sketchbook cover. This picture. It's me. The first picture that Cheryl drew in the sketchbook that I gave on her 5th birthday. So we gave her the sketchbook when she turned 5. She's now 7. And a steel pipe. 3-foot long steel pipe, long range, but of limited use. Something really funny that UFO Techie pointed out, specifically with Silent Hill 4 as an example, is because they tell you how long the pipe is, you can kind of figure out like how tall a character is or how large a monster is, because now you have something in scale. So this pipe is 3 feet. Like, how many pipes tall is Harry? So Harry's, you know, about 2 pipes. Maybe a little more than 2 pipes. It's like 6'1", 6'2", something like that. Can't believe Harry's 4 feet tall. I don't know. American measuring system. Anything but metric. Harry is 2 pipes long. .3 pipes. But with Silent Hill 4, it tells you the same thing. It says that the steel pipe is like 3 feet. But when Henry is holding it, it's way longer than that. Like, compared to how long this steel pipe is when Harry is holding it, the steel pipe in Silent Hill 4 is a lot longer. So it makes it look like Henry in Silent Hill 4 is like 4 feet tall. He's just a tiny little boy. He's a little man. Just a little guy. I am just getting hit by absolutely everything. Again, there's no difficulty selection for the trade demo. It just has its own special difficulty level, its own default. And it's kind of like normal on the retail release, but some things are a little bit harder as well. Crabs. Who wants crabs? Sorry, I just, even after doing this thousands of times, I still love going through this game and just looking at textures and things in the environment. Sure. Don't walk over to me like you belong on the ground. Does it have the normal menu color? Good point, Techie. It has the blue menu coloring, which is normal, correct? Green is easy, blue is normal, purple's hard. The ground screamer. By the way, posters here. Stephen King's Pet Cemetery. Team Silent was not shy at all about sticking their references and inspirations and things just directly into the game environments. Yeah, Air Screamer landed on the ground, walked up to me, got smacked with a pipe, flew away. It's fine. Everything's fine. Menu colors are different per difficulty. Yes. I guess that's a feature maybe not everyone's aware of, but since the trade demo doesn't have any selectable difficulties, the menu color is just blue, which is normal on retail release. But yeah, if you play the retail version of Silent Hill 1, if you select easy and open up your menu, you see the little blue lines behind each of the options. So those lines will be green if you're playing on easy, they'll be blue if you're playing on normal, and they'll be purple if you're playing on hard. So it's a good way to be able to tell what difficulty someone is playing on. There have been times where, back when I was a moderator for the Silent Hill speedrun leaderboards, that's one of the things that you'd have to check during some menus. Sometimes during very, very quick menus where people only open the menu for like a second. Yeah. You can just look at the menu colors and be able to tell what difficulty someone's playing on. All right. So we've gone up. We've seen the end of Finney Street. We've seen the end of Bachman Road. We've gone down the alleyway. So let's go all the way to the left-hand side of Finney Street. We'll go down Levin Street. We're going to just kind of go through and look at everything. Look at all the crabs. Look at that, how far off I ran away from standing here and fighting that air screamer. And coming back to this spot, and there's still blood. Still some blood on the ground. And now there's some more. Because I got kicked in my fucking face. You tried? What won? What won the poll? I didn't even get to see. Silent Hill 2? Not surprising. We can put chat back up on screen now as well. Bad mod is bad and didn't pay attention. It's all right. I can pull it up on my dashboard. What poll? We just did a poll to see what Silent Hill story playthrough will be after Silent Hill 1. And the community has voted. They have determined Silent Hill 2. Community just wants to go in order, I guess. Yay, fall animations. You don't get to see Harry's fall animations in too many spots. You can't handle the back hop. Come on, Harry. Get out of here, dog. I'm doing something. I'm gonna wind up clipping out of bounds. Like, I'm gonna get pushed out by the dog or something. Sorry, stream's not ending. My throat is really messed up. Like I said, I'm dealing with allergies and stuff right now, so I reached over to try to mute my mic. And fat fingered all the buttons while I was choking and dying. It's all right, we got it. Need anything? Some green tea actually would be really good. So we haven't gone and examined. There's a note that you find that specifically points out the doghouse. And if you don't read the note, can't interact with the doghouse. But we can still go inside. If we had the key. Which is in the doghouse. Which we can't examine. This is one of the only sort of like unfortunate parts of Silent Hill 1, especially for a lot of new players. If you're trying to play without like a guide or anything, figuring that out like naturally just through exploration takes a long time, and a lot of times people don't have the patience for that. Thank you so much, Rachel. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. Green tea has been delivered. The eagle has landed. Okay. That'll help. That'll definitely help with the throat. So, not too far from the doghouse. Right over here. right at the end of Matheson Street. But if you don't know where to look, if you're not paying attention while you're exploring, you could very easily not find this and run all over the town and try and figure out what you're doing next. Doghouse, 11th Street. We probably get some to brew with honey to help. Oh, for like hot tea? I think we have some in there. But this is fine. Nub could stream Silent Hill 3 and prove to all of us how scam points are really a scam. Just saying. No. The whole point of scam points, the whole point of the Nub Zombie interactive live experience was that I could slap something together with basically no experience on how to do anything and make it better than Ascension. The scam points are more legitimate than influence points. The AI written script for the Nub Zombie interactive live experience is much more heartfelt than their AI written script. That was the whole point. Doghouse. I like how the whole house is just referred to as Doghouse. Good thing there's only one house in this entire neighborhood that's got a dog. There's a TV set. The power must be out. It doesn't work. God, look at that chonky boy. Look at that chonky TV. Imagine the Smash Brothers you could play on that. Is this possibly Mira's owner? I mean, dog ending wasn't even a twinkle in Team Silent's eye yet. Something's written on the map hanging on the wall. Copied it to the map. This is always an interesting part of this game. So finding clues where it'll mark stuff on your map. So we found a map in this house that's already got keys for Eclipse marked down. And then it just marks it on your map so that you have the exact same spots that you can go and look at. So we've already gotten the arrow up at the top right. That was the police car. We found the key in the trunk. We already got the red line going through the alleyway on the right-hand side between Finney Street and Matheson Street. That was the key on the basketball court where you find the dog's head. So we still need to go where Elroy Street is circled. Because we've only got 2 out of the 3 keys right now. So the key of Lion, the key of Woodman. And if you examine them closely, the key of Woodman shows a person in metal armor wielding an axe. And the key of the Lion. So these are representative of the Wizard of Oz characters. And we start to see this as a recurring theme throughout Silent Hill 1, where you've got different storybooks, different things that are in Alessa's mind, influencing aspects of reality, aspects of the world around her that everyone else is experiencing. So because Alessa enjoys those fairy tales and those storybooks, we start seeing little representations of Wizard of Oz and Alice in Wonderland through puzzles and through other things in the environment like that. So her fears are manifesting as monsters and creatures, and the things that she enjoys are manifesting as puzzles, which are, I guess, obstacles, but ultimately things that are leading Harry where he needs to go as well. Oh, here's a wonderful, good old Boston Market. Hidden Katana? No, it was in that house, but that's New Game Plus only. The Katana's a New Game Plus. This is a New Game playthrough. So that door is locked. You can't go in that room on a New Game file. But the Hidden Katana and full setup, that's all there. That's in the doghouse room. Or the dog house. There you go. Boston Market. Even got the same like red and white stripes. They didn't try very hard to hide that it's, you know, a parody of Boston Market. And it's funny, they actually reuse Boston Market as like a business parody thing in Silent Hill Shattered Memories, the reimagining of Silent Hill 1 for the Wii. It was also ported onto PS2 and PSP, which is how a lot of people played it, but yeah, they both use Boston Market. Acheron's drugs. Again, I still, even after all these years, I love just exploring the town, looking at all the storefronts, all the little details in the environment. Hey, look at these blue U.S. mailboxes, just like Silent Hill Ascension had in Norway. Here it actually makes sense because, you know, this takes place in Maine. But it just goes to show, like, a lot of Silent Hill fans are like me. They look at every little thing, every little detail, and analyze it and overanalyze. So something like a U.S. post office box being in, you know, Norway stands out. Probably won't catch everyone's attention. But come on. Have some appreciation for details. That's the main thing. Team Silent had a lot of appreciation for their details in the projects that they made. Try and, if you're gonna be given the rare opportunity to get to make a new Silent Hill game, at least try and have some respect for the source material, the effort and talent and, you know, everything that went into it. But there we go. There's the third key that we needed, the key of Scarecrow, rounding out our lion, our Scarecrow, and our Tin Man. All right, back to the doghouse. Did you see that they changed a street sign in Japan that said Otaru Port instead of Otaru Port for about 30 years? Yeah, that sounds about right. Tradition is a very important thing in Japan, and if something has been the same way for a certain amount of time, even if it's wrong, eventually there's an attitude of like, that's just how it is. It might be wrong, but it's been that way, so it takes a lot of effort to change it. That's not just Japan, that's a lot of cultures in general, to be honest. That's human nature. Like, we would rather keep something the same and familiar rather than, you know, expand and try something new, as long as it means comfort. Even if something new would be an improvement, it would be correcting something that was wrong. It's human nature to just find comfort in things being the way that they usually are. Whatever usual means to any given individual. Use the key of lion. Use the key of woodman. Use the key of scarecrow. It's unlocked. What? It's getting dark again? What's going on? I love how drastically different things look too with the flashlight. There's a lot of horror games. There's horror games that come out now where the difference between like having your light on or off is barely noticeable for one way or the other. Either everything is dark no matter whether your light's on or not, or you can see everything perfectly fine and the flashlight basically does nothing. Here, like, look at how much of the area is illuminated. Everything directly around Harry and all those colors being made out, the blue of the house, the gray of the sidewalk, and the green of the grass and everything in the yard, the snow, the fence. And you can't really see anything beyond the fence. It's just this like dark void that's all around you. And then you turn the light off and all that color palette is just gone, so that none of those colors come through anymore. Everything is just like gray and dark, and you can see further. You can kind of see past the fence, but everything is like muted. Again, for PlayStation 1 era, these sort of lighting effects all running and stuff is in engine is all like super impressive for the time. Hey Carrasco, Silent Hill is one of your favorite games of the series. The trilogy is perfect. Welcome. You found a good spot then. You found a good corner of the internet. 'Cause I am a huge fan of the Silent Hill franchise. I do super in-depth story playthroughs for everything in the series. I do speed runs, challenge runs, things like that. And it's what I've mainly been doing on Twitch since 2015, so for quite a long time now. What is trade demo? Sorry, just arrived. Yeah, no problem. So the version of Silent Hill 1 that we're playing today is called the Silent Hill Trade Demo. It's a fully playable, it's not, despite being called a demo, it's not a demo, it's the full game beginning to end. But this was a pre-release version that got sent out to journalists and reviewers back before Silent Hill 1 came out. So before the retail version came out, they needed game magazines and publications to have review copies of the game. So this was the version that went out, and it's mostly the same game. It's 98% the same Silent Hill 1. And the last little 2% are pretty minor changes, some little visual differences. There is the biggest difference, the biggest change is one little piece of voice dialogue. There's one little extra bit of voice dialogue that you get from Harry Mason later on. that's not in the retail release. But aside from that, there's a few little quirks and things, but it's mostly still just Silent Hill 1. It's just a little more interesting version that maybe not as many people have seen or are familiar with. And I've covered it on my channel before, but it's been many years, so not everybody has seen it. So I figured, why not go through it again? And at this point, we can sort of run around and continue exploring. There's a lot more enemies, so obviously it's a bit more dangerous going through the streets during these nighttime segments. But if you're trying to be a completionist and gather up as many bullets and health drinks and everything else like that as you can, there's a lot of good stuff. If you can get around without dying, it's worth going and picking up. Souvenir shop. Grocery shop. Lighting company. And a lot of these business, like signs and architecture and things like that are taken from real world inspirations. Sometimes just photos, reference photos and things that they had. Sometimes photos of things they took themselves when they came to the United States for research. So the developers, you know, they put in a lot of work when it came to creating the town, through, like making it realistic through the use of actual photos and things for reference. So we're all the way down here. We're going to be going to Midwich, which is directly behind us. But before we head that direction, just want to go through and look at some of the rest of the parts of this town, especially because there is something a little bit different here. When it comes to the trade demo. Can't remember if this is one of the spots. So the trade demo had a completely different mechanic when it came to the air screamer enemies during the open world segments, when you're just sort of in the town running around, not inside of a confined spot like Midwich or Alchemilla Hospital. So there are certain areas around the town where if you're running and exploring and stuff for too long, you'll get attacked by like a gang of air screamers. It's like multiple air screamers that are all grouped up and attacking you. And one of those air screamers is like a boss air screamer. It doesn't look any different. It doesn't do anything different, but it has like 10 times the amount of health as a normal air screamer. You'll see most air screamers die in like 3 shots, 4 shots on normal. This one will take like an entire clip plus some. K. Gordon. We can also remember this for later, because eventually we will need to go through the K. Gordon house. That'll be after we finish going through Midwich. But I'm going to try to explore and find some of these little areas where we can see the air screamer gang in action. And a lot of times it would be in these sort of like dead-end areas. We've got 2 of them here. Oh, this might be it actually. because I just saw a third one. There's one, there's two. So I'm going to try and start attacking them and see if we can find the boss one. This is it. 10, 11, 12. See? There's like 4 of them now. 5 of them now. So this does not happen in the retail version. This does not happen in retail. Look at this. They're swooping and diving in. Some of them are like these boss versions of air screamers where it takes a ton of different shots. I don't know why this got scrapped. Maybe they thought it was too difficult or too frustrating for people exploring. But yeah, for some reason this mechanic got dropped from the final retail version. But there you go. There's your flock of rabid air screamers. A rare sight to behold. There is a spot where it happens in retail much later in the game, but it's not as many. But you still get, you know, the appearance of like a boss version of an air screamer. All right, let's go hide in the kindergarten cop bus for safety. There's a lot of people I know who have played Silent Hill 1 for many years and didn't realize you could go in the bus. So this may be new to some people as well. But yeah, you can go inside the school bus, get some extra health drinks, get away from the monsters for a moment. Even got a save point back here. If I could interact with it. And I'm actually going to take a really quick break. So before we get into Midwich and everything else from this point onward, I'm going to take a few minutes, get up, stretch my legs, hit the restroom, all that good stuff. And I'll be back in a little bit, and we will continue on. We will journey into Midwich Elementary School. There's a ton of stuff to talk about here, and it's also one of the most difficult parts of the entire game right off the bat, and I'll explain why in just a few minutes. Back in a bit.
Let's get back to Silent Hill. We've gone through the intro, explored the town, talked about everything kind of leading up to this point. And I guess I gave kind of a quick summary earlier, but since we're coming back after a break, just kind of a rundown of the overall story, and obviously spoilers. If you don't already know the story of all of the games in the Silent Hill franchise, you should always expect spoilers at any given moment on this channel for Silent Hill games. But story of Silent Hill 1, we see in the intro Harry Mason driving towards Silent Hill with his adopted daughter Cheryl in the car with him. The reason they are going to Silent Hill, Harry Mason, his wife Jody, fell ill and died. Actually died of her illness. No Silent Hill 2 shenanigans here. Jody fell ill and died a few years before the events of this. I think 3 or 4 years before the events of Silent Hill 1. And Harry kind of falls into a depression, and his daughter Cheryl suddenly starts getting this urge calling her back to the town of Silent Hill. We learn that this is a spell that is being cast by Dahlia Gillespie that is urging the other half of Alessa's soul to return to the town. So Alessa is Alessa Gillespie, Dahlia Gillespie's daughter, Dahlia Gillespie being a prominent member of a cult in the town of Silent Hill known as the Order. And Alessa is Dahlia's daughter. It's not expressly said if she's her actual daughter or an adopted daughter, but either way, Alessa is the daughter of Dahlia, who is trying to perform a ritual to impregnate Alessa with a god in order to have their cult's god born into existence. And Alessa does not want this to happen. She attempts to stop this ritual from concluding by splitting her soul into two halves. Alessa has some latent psychic abilities that allow her to do this. She splits her soul into two, and the other half of her soul is represented by a newborn baby on the side of the road just outside of Silent Hill. That's the baby that Harry Mason and his wife Jody adopted and named Cheryl. So, beginning of the story, Harry Mason and Cheryl driving to Silent Hill. Cheryl was urging Harry to come to the town because she was unknowingly being called here. She convinces Harry to come here for vacation because of his depression after his wife Jody's death. So they're coming here just to try and take Harry's mind off of things and have a good vacation with him and his daughter. His car crashes because of a vision of Alessa in the road, a projection of her. And when he wakes up, Cheryl appears to be gone. He sees a glimpse of her as she's running off into the fog. And that brings us up to the story so far, up to the beginning of the game at the very least. So now Harry is looking for Cheryl, although Cheryl is already an aspect of Alessa once again. So Alessa is completely controlling the half of her soul that made up Cheryl and is using it to project herself around the town for multiple reasons. She wants to act as a guide to Harry because she needs Harry's help to stop Dahlia. And she knows that Harry is a good person through her experience, her half soul's experience with him, being raised by him.
So she trusts him. And the other reason is Alessa is actively trying to prevent the nightmare from overtaking the town and overtaking reality. She's using something called the Seal of Metatron as a ward, as a barrier to prevent the other world, the nightmare, from spreading beyond its confines. So we're going to start seeing that Seal of Metatron throughout the town in various places. And at first, you're going to notice that it's working as a ward. It's always in locations where there are no enemies, relatively safe spots in the nightmare. There's our school map here at Midwich Elementary, and this entire elementary school, the bus outside, the stairs leading up to it. I'll give me a moment. I'll pull up a reference image.
Something so disgusting.
Yo, Catlink, thank you so much for the raid. Holy shit, what's up, everybody? Just popping in. Thank you so much, Cat. Welcome, everybody. I'm Nub Zombie. I'm doing an in-depth Silent Hill 1 playthrough of a very rare and special version of Silent Hill 1 called the Trade Demo. It's an early pre-release version of Silent Hill 1 with some minor things changed. So we're going through. For those of you who are new here, this is one of the regular things I do on my channel. I'm a huge Silent Hill fan, huge nerd, and I do really super in-depth story playthroughs where we talk about the lore, we talk about the development history, and all sorts of things regarding the Silent Hill games. And I do that for every single game in the franchise, even rare, weird stuff like the play novel or the arcade game, PT. We even played Ascension, experienced that for an entire month before deciding it wasn't worth it. So, welcome. That's what we do. And right now we're going through Silent Hill 1. We've just gotten to Midwich Elementary, which is one of the first like major locations in the game. And I'm trying to find my reference images. Production. Because we're talking about how the school in Silent Hill 1 is largely based on the movie Kindergarten Cop. So here we go. You've got a group of Japanese developers, members of Team Silent, making Silent Hill 1, many of whom had never been to the United States and never seen an American school or things like that. So they used reference images from a lot of movies and things to build the architecture and create assets for their depiction of a small American town when making Silent Hill. And a lot of the school was based on the school that was used in Kindergarten Cop. So you can see comparison images with Kindergarten Cop on the left and Silent Hill on the right, the exact same entryway, same architecture, same double red doors with the windows above them, the stairs, the rails, all these little posters that we see throughout the inside of Midwich. All these hallways are going to have these posters and things in the background that can be seen. The no drugs and alcohol on campus posters. All of this is pretty generic stuff that you really would have found, still find even in a lot of schools in the US. The infirmary, which has this shelf, this little medicine cabinet with a poster of a Red Cross and stuff on it. That is all still there. Even the bus that was out front, we went inside the bus, picked up some health drinks, and saved our game. Even the bus, right down to the bus number, It's the exact same bus number 7. So they took very, very heavy inspiration for creating a realistic American school, using the movie Kindergarten Cop as their basis. That's what, and Masahiro Ito designed a lot of he does the creature designs, but he also designed a lot of the other worlds and things like that when it came to Silent Hill 1. So he didn't design Midwich itself, but he designed the otherworld version of it. When everything gets all rusty and fucked up. Everyone's favorite version of everything. Some more interesting little references here, but this is one that actually changes for the retail version. So in the retail version, the list of teachers is Moore, Ronaldo, and Gordon. Specifically, that is a reference to the band, the Sonic Youth. So Sonic Youth, their band members are referenced in the retail version of Silent Hill 1. But in this trade demo that was only a couple months earlier of a build from that retail version, had a different list of teacher names. Johnson, Keith, Gordon. No longer a Sonic Youth reference. So that Sonic Youth reference that I've talked about extensively in past story playthroughs and stuff like that was apparently added in pretty last minute. It wasn't even in the trade demo build. So it would have been something that got changed and added into the retail version the last month or two, right before, the Silent Hill 1 originally released. So kind of an interesting little change there. We've got all of the notes representing the puzzles that we need to do here in the school. This is all unchanged from the retail release. 10 o'clock, Alchemy Laboratory, gold in an old man's palm, the future hidden in his fist, exchange for sage's water. That's the first puzzle that we're going to need to do. It's also telling you what order to do these puzzles in based on the time written at the top of each paper. So 10 o'clock would be done first. 12 o'clock would be done second. A place with song and sound. A silver guidepost is untapped in lost tongues. Awakening at the ordained order. So that's the piano puzzle, the music room puzzle. And lastly, 5 o'clock, darkness that brings the choking heat, flames render the silence, awakening the hungry beast, open time's door to beckon prey. So that's the clue about doing the first two puzzles, which opens up the clock tower, time's door, and allows you to access the otherworld version of Midwich. Some foreshadowing here. In the teacher's lounge, there's this large painting, a picture of a door. I don't know who drew it, but it is certainly in bad taste. So even to Harry, clearly this doesn't seem like it belongs here. It's a strange way of wording it, but that's the general kind of idea. Yeah, says him. Hey, maybe someone's just into some creepy artwork, and it's fine. It's in the teacher's lounge. It's not where students are supposed to be. Hang it in our living room. So would I. I'd be fine with this. I would be good with the picture of Misty Day from Silent Hill 2, the picture of Pyramid Head. Any of that, I'd be fine with hanging right above our couch somewhere in our living room. But we're not what I would call typical, Rachel, when it comes to anything. So we've got quite a bit of Midwich to explore here. There's a boiler room and storage on the basement level. We've got the first floor. We've come in through the lobby. We've looked at reception. We're about to go look at infirmary. There's an entire courtyard, classroom, teacher room, storage. By the way, I'm also a big fan of Dead by Daylight. I play a lot of DBD. And I will give Behavior and their map designers and level designers some credit. The Silent Hill representation, the Midwich version in Dead by Daylight is very accurate. They did an excellent job with the layout and what's in each of the rooms and adding in all sorts of little references and things from the source material. It's a horrible map to play Dead by Daylight on, but it's very accurate to the game, for better or worse. Here we can see that medicine cabinet that we saw in the comparison image. One of those ones that's taken like straight out of Kindergarten Cop. And it's funny too, because you can see there's a white piece of paper on the medicine cabinet. It's got some text. The first couple rows are a little bit too small to really read, but the bottom part you can read as Silent Hill Hospital, which is one of the most frustrating things, considering there is like half a dozen hospitals in Silent Hill across the entire franchise, and not a single one of them is called Silent Hill Hospital. This is a town with more hospitals than grocery stores. And not a single one of them is called Silent Hill Hospital. Like, do you mean Alchemilla? Do you mean Brookhaven? Do you mean Cedar Grove Sanitarium? Which one is Silent Hill Hospital? I love the camera angle they give you during this part too. When you very first walk out into the courtyard. And for those who are curious what it was like my first time playing Silent Hill, back in 1999, I was 11 years old. I went to my friend's house. I had just gotten this game. It was like Saturday. It was like the middle of the day. The sun was shining. The bedroom window was open. It was like birds chirping outside. Like, least scary environment you could possibly have. And both me and my friend, his name is Garrett. Both me and my friend Garrett, we're horror fans. By the time this had come out, we played and finished Resident Evil 1, Resident Evil 2, Alone in the Dark. Like, we watched horror movies, we played horror games. It wasn't a big deal to us. We weren't easily scared by things. Silent Hill came out. Got my game. I went over to Garrett's house. We're sitting there. We're playing through Silent Hill. It took us probably about 3 or 4 hours to get to this point. Fumbling around the town, finding the keys, finding the doghouse, getting through, getting to Midwich. We got right here. We got to this moment, going into the courtyard with this loud banging music and these creatures from the intro nightmare sequence. And we were like, nope. And we turned the game off. It was the first horror game that we turned it off. we were like too scared to keep playing it and see what was beyond this. This was the moment. And it wasn't until a couple years later, after Silent Hill 2 came out in 2001, where I sat down and played Silent Hill 2 and finished it the week that it came out, probably, and loved it so much. I was like, I have to go back and finish 1. And I went back and finished Silent Hill 1. So it wasn't until after Silent Hill 2 came out a couple years later that I was able to actually go back and play Silent Hill 1 and finish it. And then by that point I was hooked. I fell in love with this franchise by 2. And then from 3 onward, I was just obsessed. Constantly playing them. Talking to friends about them, making friends play them. I'm like, dude, you gotta play this game so that we can fucking talk about shit. This is why I'm thankful that all these years later, Twitch is a thing. I don't have to pester my other friends into playing this kind of stuff if they don't want to. You know, I can pester you guys instead. But it's not pestering because you're here by choice. You can click away at any moment, and I won't mind. But instead, I'm going to sit here and ramble for the next 4 hours about these little shadow squeaky things. They're called larval stalkers. And they originally didn't look like this. They were not shadowy. These were originally fully fleshed out little skin creatures. But it was deemed by a Japanese ethics board or committee or something. I forget the exact phrasing. In an interview with Team Silent, they said that they had to go through a whole lot of different iterations when it came to the mumblers and the larval stalkers. So earlier versions, like not even released versions of the game, pre-alpha stuff, they were working on the monster designs, and it wasn't Cero, it wasn't the Japanese game rating board. They said that it was some sort of ethics committee. So it was probably a Konami like internal organization, something that rates their products before they go to Cero to get rated for the overall game rating board. But yeah, whatever committee they had to get things approved from to go into the game, they didn't approve the original versions of these, where they were just walking around and they were little skin creatures. So that got shot down. They had to go back and change it. And with these, they wound up just kind of making them translucent, but they couldn't do that with their other creatures, the mumblers. So the mumblers also were very skin-like, very human-looking creatures initially. That design was not approved by this board of committees or committee members or whatever, and that design got shaped and changed into a little bit different version that was more monster-like, still very fleshy, but more monster-like, less human-like. That design also got rejected, and then there was a final design for the mumblers, which is what you see in the Japanese and North American releases of Silent Hill 1, in the regular retail copies. However, even after going through all that and changing up that particular enemy design and getting the approval for the ratings committee for Japan, and that being fine to release in North America and Japan, when it went to the European board of, game ratings or whatever, when it went to them, they declined it. They said that design was still too human-like, even though it was approved for the Japanese and US versions. So the PAL version, if you lived in Europe and you played the PAL version of Silent Hill 1, instead of seeing the mumblers, the childlike enemies, they were all completely replaced with an enemy seen later on called the claw fingers, which are these much darker brown, people refer to them as like headless teddy bears, but they're these much darker brown creatures about the same height and similar animations as the mumblers, and they have these very long claws on their hands. So those clawfinger enemies wind up replacing gray children, or mumblers, sorry, altogether in the PAL version of Silent Hill 1. A lot of stuff to talk about just off of this one little thing, because it all sort of started with these little, what are called larval stalkers, being not originally being transparent. So this had to change, and then the mumbler had to change, and then you get the PAL version where there's no mumblers at all. And they just walk around and flop on their faces and squeak. One of those things that's like creepy at first, but the more you sort of sit and just look at it, it's kind of cute. You sort of feel sorry for it. Larval stalkers remind you of how Tonberries look. They are very Tonberry-like. All right, everything locked up. Kind of limits where we can go and explore. But we're going to very thoroughly just go through the school. Try to take a look at everything. You can see a lot of these posters and things in the hallway are those textures taken straight out of Kindergarten Cop. Just kind of a funny little detail. It makes me wonder if somebody on Team Silent was a particular fan of that movie and chose it specifically because they just love Kindergarten Cop, or did they just need an American school to model Midwich after, so they got the movie that's literally titled Kindergarten Cop? Like, it's gonna have a school in it, it's gonna have an elementary school in it, or at the very least a kindergarten, which is close enough for what they were trying to do, I guess. Still something, just nobody does creepy bathrooms better than Silent Hill. I'm sorry. I said it. It's always good world building to have something else inhabit the world that isn't specifically out to get the player. Yeah, that's a really good point, Techie. That's a good way to look at it. Just from kind of a game design standpoint and a world building standpoint, yeah. The fact that there are other things that are not monsters, you know, they're not really helping you, but they're not trying to hurt you either. They're just other unlucky things that inhabit this other world. All right. So that's everything that we can access on this floor for now. So now we're going to move up to the second floor. Moths on flashlights? Yeah. I already had my my moment to gush over that effect during the intro of Silent Hill 1 during this playthrough. I always stop and talk about it. Like every time I play Silent Hill 1 and 2, I always stop and talk about the bugs following around the light source. It's such a simple little like thing, but it's a really good realism like visual effect. It's a really nice touch for the environment. And there's something kind of unsettling about it. It's kind of like in real life, you know, for example, like we had a moth in the house the other day, and I went to go lay down in the bed and I like shook out the blanket and the moth was on it. So it like fluttered up into the air and started flying around. And I wasn't expecting it to be there. So I kind of was like startled for a moment when I saw it, and then realized what it is and that it's not like a wasp or something, you know, harmful that got into the house. But you still have that moment of like, oh, what the fuck is this thing that's flying around near me? So it gives you that sort of effect. It gives you that sort of feeling in the games as well. It's like, these things aren't hurting me, but I also don't want them directly next to me, right in my face, right next to my light source. Time to eat all the glucose. All right, so we picked up a chemical in that room. The label reads concentrated hydrochloric acid found in the lab equipment room. So yeah, second floor here, lab equipment room, chemistry lab, library reserve and library, classrooms on both sides, the music room and the locker room. So according to the pages that we found on the first floor, the first puzzle that needs to be solved, gold in an old man's palm. And this is it. Statue of an old man's hand. The fist shut tight as if never to let go. And the clue from the first floor says to exchange for Sage's water, which is this concentrated hydrochloric acid. It's funny because like there's all these hints and things that are in place for solving these kinds of puzzles logically. When I was playing this, you know, as an 11-year-old, or well, I didn't even make it this far as an 11-year-old, but as like a 13-year-old later when I went back to it, I didn't draw these connections at all. I played this game the way a lot of people played this game, which is how a lot of people played most video games of this type back in the day. And that is, you walk around until you find things. And then once you find something new, you walk around and you try to use that new thing everywhere, on everything. So you would just walk around until you found, oh, I found some acid on a shelf. Where can I use this? And you'd walk around to every object of interest. Can I use it on the clock tower? Can I use it on the book? Can I use it on this? Can I use it on that? Yeah. So that's how I solved most of this when I was younger. That's how a lot of people still solve these games. You don't really pick up on these connecting clues and ways to logically figure it out. Most of the time, people are just brute forcing it, but hey, the game works that way too. You find something new, run around, use it until you figure out where it can be used. So you find your acid, you use it on the old man's palm, and you pick up the gold medallion. Picture of a clock tower is engraved on the surface, found in the chemistry lab. These types of games are what made me learn English because had to use that same behavior. Yeah, like this, you know, this is your clue. You have a note on the first floor that says open Time's door. and then you find your first medallion that says a picture of a clock tower is engraved on it. But if you can't read the text that says clock tower, like if you don't speak English well enough, or if you don't read well enough to make sense of that and make sense of the note on the first floor, like, you're not going to know where this goes. It's not immediately obvious what you're supposed to do with this unless you've already examined the clock tower and seen like the gold and silver color slots for where these things go. And then you might make some connection that like, oh, I found something gold. There was also a gold slot in the courtyard on that one thing. So they try to give you multiple clues. They give you clues in text, but they also kind of give clues through colors and context. But yeah, it's still, even with all of that, it's still very easy to understand how lots of people got lost and couldn't figure out how to progress in a lot of spots in this game. That was just kind of how classic games tended to be. You solved the piano puzzle yourself at the time? No internet? That's impressive. That piano puzzle is one that definitely got people stuck. I was stumped on that one for a long time. I'll talk about that a bit more when we get to it, but yeah, that one got me for a bit too, and I had to eventually solve it without I think I did that one without a guide the first time. Yeah, later on I started, at the time, like, I didn't have much money, like, and my family didn't have a whole lot of money as a kid growing up, so just getting the game was like a rare thing, you know, by itself. But getting a guide or something to go along with it was basically unheard of. So a lot of times for me, pre-internet, before I had internet regularly in the household, and before we could really afford guides and things, I would go to the local rental stores because they usually would sell game guides and magazines and stuff. And I would just take in a notebook and a pencil, and I would trace or copy maps and strategy guides and things, puzzle solutions, and all sorts of stuff like that, just to try and get through games that were giving me trouble, get through parts that were making me get stumped. Back in the AOL days, yeah. Yeah, in those days, in the AOL days, like, our family, we didn't have a computer, and we had a computer, but it was really shitty even for the time. Oh, some more larval stalkers here. It's a whole gang of them. I don't think there's this many in the retail version. I think there's less in retail. I think there's a couple extras here on the trade demo. But yeah, as a kid in those days, we didn't have internet at home. We had a really shitty computer. But yeah, no modem, no internet. So I would go to my friend's house, and that was like where we had access to the internet. So one of my friends had AOL, and we would go on the internet, man, play video games. Some of those early, like, really, really early 98, 99 browser-based things. And we would look up video game guides and stuff like that. And fuck around in chat rooms. Now, like, I basically spend most of my time talking to a chat room, essentially. Which is kind of wild to think about. Yeah, pre-era of Flash games. Supercheats.com. God. awakening some old memories. Nub's bootleg pre-internet pirated guidebook would be a sight to behold. I wish I still had all that stuff. I've got a little bit of it. I've still got some old notebooks and drawings and stuff from around that time with random bits and pieces of like notes from video games and stuff. But I wish I still had all of it. Really love all the details throughout Midwich. The student artwork, the wolf, and you actually revisit a slight recreated version of this Midwich classroom in Silent Hill 3, and it has the same wolf drawing texture in Silent Hill 3. This is a bit interesting. Just a sheet up on the wall that says Chicago News. And again, you might be thinking, why does it say Chicago News? I thought this is supposed to be in Maine. And the setting of the town is supposed to be Maine. But I mentioned earlier, for those who weren't here when I had the discussion earlier, but Team Silent, when they were coming up with Silent Hill 1, when it was still in development, one of the places, the only place that they were able to come to in the US at the time was Chicago. They were there for E3. So they flew to the US from Japan, a few of the members of Team Silent, and they came to E3, and it was held in Chicago at the time. And they took a lot of pictures and reference from small US cities. They went and explored some of the surrounding areas outside of Chicago to get reference images and stuff to use for Silent Hill. So this was probably something that they grabbed that was just meant to be a piece of reference image, you know, while they were in Chicago. Car. That sure is a car. Cut. There's the wolf again. Frogs. Just all the little textures, all these little things. Like a Michael Myers mask or something. I think it's supposed to be like a drama, theater drama mask or something. Happy Dancing Bear at the zoo. Mount Fuji. Or How a Volcano Works. One of the two. Okay. Love the frog with the sword. Maybe they were a big fan of the Redwall books. You're an encyclopedia. Great channel. I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's my one claim to fame. I've been on Twitch for a long time, and knowing lots of stuff about Silent Hill has been the thing that people have enjoyed the most out of everything that I do. So I'm glad that people enjoy it. I love these games. I've spent a lot of time learning about them, and I like being able to share it with other people who love these games too. Who are these pictures of people supposed to be up at the top? Those are definitely taken from like photos. Also, Disney's gonna sue the fuck out of you if they see those mouse ears. Princess Diana? It sort of does look like Princess Di, doesn't it? The school has a billion weird textures. It's amazing. It does. There's so many weird like pictures, and it's like random clip art. Like they just grabbed stuff off of magazines, but then you have like, this is just like a psychedelic fractal spiral image poster. Like, what is this? Some of this stuff, when you really start looking at all of it, it's impressive that there's so many unique little things. Like, this is one of those complaints that I have about some of the later Silent Hill games, stuff like Downpour, for example, where because it just uses a lot of stock assets and doesn't really use anything creative, environments become super, super repetitive, and they feel very barren because you just keep seeing the same assets over and over and over again. Whereas here in this PlayStation 1 game from fucking 1999, there's tons of things in the environment, tons of little unique assets and textures and stuff that might only be in one place in one room. Love that. I love the attention to the detail in the environments. That's one of those things that really gives me motivation to explore and look at everything. Is once you notice that there's a little bit of detail somewhere, it makes you want to see all of the details everywhere. How many things are in the environment that I didn't notice before, right? At least that's how my brain works. Maybe not everyone. Isn't that what we call building atmosphere? I mean, that's an important part of it. It's definitely an important part of it. Chicago News, and somebody earlier said cop cars were 90s Chicago style. Yep, and they said Buffalo Traffic Division on the side. At least in the trade demo. They remove where it says Buffalo on those police cars in the retail version. What's up, Acoustic? Trade demo? Yeah, this is the trade demo of Silent Hill 1. This is, despite being called a demo, it's fully playable from beginning to end. It has multiple endings. But this was a pre-release version of Silent Hill 1. So before this went for sale, they had to send out copies early to journalists and people who had to review the game for magazines and stuff like that. So this is the version that got sent out to all of the journalists before the game was finished for retail versions. So because of that, the review copies got some little changes. It's got last minute tweaks and things that they made before the game was sold, but made those changes after this version went out. So this is mostly the same Silent Hill 1 experience, but it's got a few little last minute tweaks and changes that we didn't see in the retail version. So some interesting little things here and there that are different, that are unique. It's not much. It's mostly a couple little visual changes, a few slightly different camera angles, some slightly different item descriptions. The biggest change is there is an extra piece of dialogue. There's some voice dialogue from Harry Mason later on that's only in the trade demo, that was not in the final version on retail. But eventually we'll get to that after we find out what's in this locker. Just a cat. Just a cat, just cats. Now there's nothing inside. Well, yeah. Cat runs out, you hear that horrible noise. We're just going to assume the cat killed a monster. I'm sure that's what happened. See, because there's monsters out here, but no cat. Did a cat appear in any of the other Silent Hill games? Laura draws a picture of a cat in 2. Yeah, there's Minmo in Silent Hill 3. There's a stuffed cat as part of a puzzle in 4. There's also a cat in the fridge in 4. So, technically, yes. It won't open. Odd. Doesn't look locked, though. So this is what happens if you try to come to the piano room and do this puzzle before it's time. You can still read Birds Without a Voice, but you can't interact with any of the keys yet. And that's the extent of what we can explore on the second floor for now. Wait, almost. We can go look at the classrooms. Oh yeah, that's right. There's the barbecue dog in Silent Hill 3. Another shadow stalker there. Got to make sure and keep an eye on my health. So this school area is honestly one of the most difficult areas in the entire first game, like in all of this Silent Hill game. It has some of the most narrow areas to try and traverse through, and some of the most like dense enemy locations where you've got very narrow passageways and lots of enemies blocking those narrow passageways. So as far as like unavoidable combat, this is one of the areas in the game that's the hardest to just like run through. So look at some of this weird artwork here. It looks very similar to like a mumbler enemy. That texture there. Downpour has the quick turning German Shepherd. Oh yeah, the one that's in the back of the police car. The Downpour's got a dog in it. Shattered Memories has the cat house. Does that count? God. Look at this. Look at the cursed artwork. Does the bunny have tits? Are my eyes deceiving me? Do I need glasses? Are we having another moment? Another Street Fighter Cammy concept art moment? And then you've got these two like kids, adults, humans, question mark. This looks like a Game Boy camera picture. Like back in the day for the OG Game Boy, you used to be able to get a thing called the Game Boy camera. And it would take these really super low res, like pixely photos of things, and you could print them out with the Game Boy printer. But you could edit them in the little software that the Game Boy camera came with, and it had little games and stuff as part of it as well. But you could edit the photos and put like weird stickers and draw lines and stuff over the pictures you took. And this kind of looks like that. It looks like Game Boy Color artwork where it's just a super digitized pixely photo with a bunch of Game Boy Color stamps on it. Who are you? Ominous. And there it says who. So there you go. There's the whole song. Who are you? Who? You? How unsatisfying. There's not more who's. That a picture of Sanic? Seriously, that looks like a child's drawing. That looks like a drawing I would have done as a kid of Sonic the Hedgehog. Where it's just the big, like, infinity, like, sideways 8 shape for the eyes, the nose, and the mouth at the bottom. It's Sanic. It's Sanic the Hedgehog. I love all this stuff. All the textures in this game are so good. There's so many just bizarre yet amazing little pieces of artwork all throughout the textures. And then you go and explore into a random bathroom and hear that. This is the type of stuff, like, rather than just like a jump scare or something kind of cheap, you know, Resident Evil would have the zombie come stumbling out of the door. There'd be like a big music sting. Dun dun, bum bum. And the zombie like trips and falls out of this, you know, the stall. Silent Hill does this, you know, you're just going around, you're exploring. There's monsters in some parts. There's areas where there's just creepy music, but no monsters. So there's no consistency to it. You're never really sure when it's safe when it's not safe, when there might be something that's dangerous, when there might be nothing. And then they'll just throw a fucking creepy ass noise at you suddenly, you know, in just a random room, random spot in the game. Speaking of bathroom, has anyone tried the Unreal remake of PT? I don't know if it's been updated. I tried one of the earlier versions of it years ago when it first came out. It's okay. A lot of the remakes of PT, like none of them are accurate to actual PT. None of them are 100% accurate. The Unreal one, if I remember correctly, doesn't actually loop. You actually just walk, like the hallway is rendered and everything, but to go through each cycle, you just walk back and forth. Like you'll walk all the way to the end of the hallway, and then the door doesn't open into the same hallway. It's just closed, and you just turn around and walk back through the hallway back to the door where you started, and then go back and forth. That may have changed sometime in the last few years. Maybe it's been updated. I don't think it has been. But I have the actual PT. I still have PT on a PS4. So I don't really bother with any of the remake things. If I want to cover PT, which I will again at some point, I have in the past, I'll do it again too. But we just do the real thing. All right, that's everything on the second floor. Let's go put this gold medallion in and solve the piano puzzle. Unnerving sound and refuse to elaborate. Yeah, exactly. Hey, it's a good tactic. It works. Let's see. Turn around. But this is our first time being on this section of the first floor. So let's explore this really quickly before we go to the courtyard. Some more classrooms, more Chicago news. Starting to see, you know, a lot of those textures that are in the upstairs classrooms are just repeated for the first floor as well. Larval stalker. See, sometimes you've got your radio going crazy and there's actually, you know, enemies, mumblers in the rooms. But sometimes it's just the larval stalkers. So the game's already kind of playing mind games with you. It's trying to fake you out. Go in depth with the piano puzzle and still won't understand it. That's fine. Some puzzles in this series, even explaining them requires a certain amount of like, that's just how it works logic, video game logic. All right, so the golden sun has been set into place. And if you actually come up here and examine the tower door, it'll show you the clock and show where the hands are stopped. So this tells you which part of the puzzle you're supposed to be doing based on the notes in the front desk. Again, most people, when they were playing this game, especially as kids, or younger adults, they probably just brute forced it. You wander around until you figure out what you can interact with. Cries in Silent Hill 3 hard mode Shakespeare puzzle. Yep. That's definitely one of those puzzles. That's one of those ones where I know how it works. I've explained it hundreds of times on this channel alone over the years. And it's still weird. It's still a weird one. But here we go. Puzzle, piano. There's some blood on some of the keys. Does this mean anything? Check the piano. So first of all, this is the perfect example of a puzzle that gives you just enough information to solve it and just enough information to overthink it. So it gives you Harry's text, which is there's some blood on the keys. The very first thing that he mentions is the blood on the keys. So a lot of people would think that this is some sort of significant thing. The art for the blood on the keys looks very distinct. It's thin in some places and thicker, darker pools in other spots. So it makes you wonder, like, are these darker spots supposed to be significant to what we're doing here? And it's not. The blood on the keys is just supposed to signify why you're only focusing on those keys and not the rest of the piano as a whole. So that's the significance of the blood. Very easy to overthink it and think that there's more significance to it than these are just the keys out of the entire piano that are worth examining. Now you've got the puzzle itself. It's written in blood. A tale of birds without a voice. First flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings flailing. Then came a silent dove, flying beyond the pelican as far as he could. A raven flies in, flying higher than the dove, just to show that he can. A swan glides in to find a peaceful spot next to another bird. Finally, out comes a crow, coming quickly to a stop, yawning and then napping. Who will show the way? Who will be the key? Who will lead to the silver reward? So the first thing that you have to know or figure out through context reading that puzzle, it says that birds will fly far or stay close, and you have to think, well, what is far? What is close? So in terms of this puzzle, we're supposed to picture this as the left side of the piano, the lower notes, are supposed to be closer, and the right side of the piano, the higher notes, are supposed to be further away. That's one of those little steps in logic that is not really like explicitly made clear. And one of many reasons a lot of people overthink this puzzle. So really quickly, before I explain how to break down each of this to get the solution logically, I want to talk about how I remember trying to solve this as a kid and getting stumped on it. So when I was playing through this part, remember, this would have been 2001, shortly after I had finished Silent Hill 2. So I was 13. And I was taking music. I was learning how to play guitar. I was learning how to play piano. And I was reading sheet music, and I was learning a lot of stuff related to music. So when I was looking at this puzzle, I was kind of looking at it as a music student, and I was overthinking a lot of aspects of it, because you've got this little section of keys that's just basically an octave on the piano. And I'm looking here at the capital letters as you read through this poem about the birds, and I'm seeing like F, E, D, F, A. So I'm like, are these capital letters supposed to be the notes on the piano that are supposed to be played? So my brain is looking at all these letters and trying to figure out which ones are notes and which of those notes are in this selection of keys on the piano. So then I go over to the piano, I look at this little octave, not even a full octave, just a little section of the piano. Well, it is a full octave. And I start trying to play out the notes that are capital letters written throughout the poem. And obviously it's not working. So I start going back to it and trying to figure out, like, well, the first F is also in a line that has a P, and P, capital P, is not representative of a note. So that one gets eliminated. But the capital E doesn't have any other capitals on it on the second line. So maybe that one is there. And then I start going through the poem again and trying to figure out, like, which ones need to be eliminated. Which notes do I focus on? I was stuck on this with the wrong train of logic to solve it for hours, because that's usually the most difficult kind of puzzle that Silent Hill or games in general can give you, is games that give you enough information to solve the puzzle and enough information to overthink it and never arrive at the correct solution because you're overthinking it. So here's how it actually is solved. Here's how it's meant to be logically figured out. The title of the poem is A Tale of Birds Without a Voice. So we're only going to be focusing on the keys on the piano that do not make a sound. Some of them, when you click on it, it makes a tone. Some of them, when you click on it, it's just a click. So the ones that just make a click are the ones to focus on, the birds without voices. So each of the keys represents a bird, and we're only focusing on the birds on the keys that don't make sound. So we've already narrowed down which keys we can ignore and which keys are going to be used as part of the solution. So you eliminate all the keys that make a tone. So now we got to figure out what order to push them in. First flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings flailing. So again, going back to the note that I mentioned earlier, the left side of the piano is going to be what's considered close, and the right side of the piano is going to be what's considered far. So when it says, first flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings flailing, he's eager for the reward. He's landing early. So it's the leftmost white, it's a white bird, a pelican, white wings flailing. So it's a white key, not a black key. And it's the leftmost white key that does not make a tone. So with all of these qualifiers now, we know that it's the keys that don't make sound. We know that the birds represent whether it's a white or a black key. And we know that if it's close, it's more to the left. If it's far, it's more to the right. So we've got the position for the pelican. It's the leftmost white silent piano key. Then came a silent dove, another white key, flying beyond the pelican as far as he could. So the rightmost white key that does not make a tone. That's our dove. A raven flies in, our first black key in the sequence, flying higher than the dove just to show that he can. So the rightmost silent white key, just above it, the black key just above it, is the raven. A swan glides in to find another peaceful spot next to another bird. So this one doesn't tell you close or far. All you know is it's a swan, it's a white bird, and it's next to another bird. So there's only so many white keys that are directly next to another white key that doesn't make a sound. So that's how you find the swan. Finally, out comes a crow, a black key, last key in the sequence, coming quickly to a stop, so it's very close, leftmost side of the piano, yawning and then napping. Who will show the way? Who will be the key? Who will lead to the silver reward? So first, all the silent keys, starting with this one, that one. Don't have to worry about that one. Don't have to worry about that one. So like all these three and this first one, we can ignore. These two are the only two silent ones on the left side. Right side, we can ignore those. That one is silent. We can ignore that one. That one is silent. That one is silent. And we can ignore the last one. So the only ones we have to worry about on the left are these two. The only ones we have to worry about on the right are these three. And that's the 5 birds that were described in the poem. So it's just knowing the order. First came the greedy pelican. Leftmost, because it's early, it's greedy, it landed quickly. So leftmost silent white key. Beyond that was a dove that flew beyond as far as it could. That's the rightmost silent white key. Just above that was a raven that went higher than that just to show that it could. After that was a swan that glided in peacefully and settled next to another bird. This is the only white key that's next to another white key where both are silent. And finally, the crow that stopped quickly, leftmost. So that's our only left side silent black key. So first you narrow down the keys based on which ones make noise and which ones don't. Then you narrow down which bird represents which key in order to find the order, like the actual sequence to press the keys in. That's one of those ones where even having it explained, there's aspects of it that are difficult to come to that conclusion naturally. For that puzzle, the biggest one is that there's not enough of an inference to the reader that something coming quickly to a stop or being closer or further away is like the left side or the right side of the piano. And they actually make sure to address that in some of the future puzzles in the franchise, where you need to know if something is going in like a left to right or a right to left order. So Silent Hill 2, for example, the coin puzzle on hard mode tells you to like look at the puzzle as though the setting sun was against your back, where you're supposed to figure out like, okay, sun rises in the east, sets in the west. So that's your left and right. If you're facing it, and then facing away would be the opposite. So they put clues into their puzzles to be more direct about like, are you supposed to be looking at this from left to right or right to left or what? Future games, they try and remedy that. Okay, we already did the locker room. We've already explored everything else. So we just need to take this. Yep. Downstairs. And let me read this since I didn't read the other one before placing it. A silver moon. So the first one was a golden sun. Now we have silver moon representing our gold and silver medallions. I love how as you progress through it, the music gets more and more intense. It's adding more layers to it. So we have this very nice buildup of tension through the musical cues, ramping up as you progress through the school, essentially. We have the boiler room. One of my favorite sound effects in this game as well. That sound effect there, the rumbling of the machinery sort of combined with like an animal, almost like a lion growl. Any auditory differences between this version and release version? There is an extra line of dialogue from Harry later on when he confronts Kaufman about the Aglophatus being hidden. But other than that, not really any other audio changes. It's mostly small visual changes. Changes in some camera angles, changes in some item descriptions and in some item placements. Yeah, very few changes overall. Some mechanical changes. There is no difficulty selection on the trade demo. It just has a default difficulty. When you hit start game, it just starts right away. You don't choose easy, normal, or hard like in retail. And the difficulty is roughly the same as normal on retail, but a little bit harder. It's like kind of an in-between of normal and hard mode on retail versions. And mechanically, some enemies behave differently. So, for example, when you're outside in the town, there are areas where you can be attacked by a large group of air screamers that are led by like a boss air screamer. It doesn't look any different, it doesn't attack any different, but it has like 10 times as much health as a normal air screamer. And I showed an example of that earlier in the stream. So if you want to go back and see that, it was right before we entered Midwich. And all this will be archived and stuff on YouTube for anyone who wants to go back and catch up on any of the playthrough that they missed. All right, I think that's everything. I'm just trying to double check before we leave this version of Midwich, because we're about to go to the other world. Yeah, that sound is still going. I don't think we've got anything else we can pick up, so time to go through the clock tower. love the siren just going off in the background.
Who would even think of doing something so disgusting?
Yo, what's up, Ducky? Thank you so much for the raid, man. Welcome, everyone. Welcome on in. I'm Nub Zombie. We're doing a nice in-depth story playthrough of Silent Hill 1.
Where am I? Have I been here before? I don't remember this being here before.
So Harry steps through the clock tower, and we are now once again in the courtyard of Midwich. But things are very different. We're now in the other world. Things are much more horrifically skewed into its nightmare counterparts. But yeah, thank you again so much for the raid, Ducky. Welcome, everybody. For those who are new here, I'm Nub Zombie. I play Silent Hill and talk about it way too much, and I've been doing that for many, many years of my life. And many, many years on Twitch. So if that sounds like a good time to you, get comfy. We've been going for a little over 3.5 hours. And we're basically halfway through Midwich. Because I've been stopping and talking and explaining things so much. These playthroughs are usually quite long. Although I am going to try to... I don't want to leave much out for these playthroughs, but at the same time, I do want to try and move forward and keep going and hopefully get through it all in just today's stream. Hey, what's up, you old jolly? These giant spinning metal fans here. One of the... How much of the series aesthetic, you know, started right here with the original game. Stuff that they still do to this day. Ascension puts a big fucking spinning metal fan during parts of its Endure segments just to be like, see, look, Silent Hill stuff. Just become one of those visual staples of the franchise. You can see it's like there's blood everywhere. There's like a half of a corpse hanging up top. It's really gruesome, but without being more direct, I guess. It's still has a certain amount of subtlety to it that's creepy. You don't understand the situation. Oh my god, there's so many bugs in here. There's not nearly this many bugs on the trade demo. Or excuse me, in the retail version. Trade demo comes with extra bugs. And I don't mean bugs as in glitches. Same room. And yeah, for anybody who just got here and missed it, we are playing through the trade demo version of Silent Hill 1. Despite being called a demo, it is not just a demo. It is the full version of Silent Hill 1 from beginning to end. It has multiple endings. This was not a version that was intended for resale. This was an early version that was sent out to reviewers who were going to be writing up their reviews and making guides and all of that sort of stuff before the game came out for sale. So there are some slight differences in this version of the game compared to what it's like on retail versions. Almost all of it is exactly the same, and the differences are very minimal. It's things like camera angles, some item descriptions, some slightly different things like textures in the environments. So most of it is relatively minor. There's a few more significant things that are worth pointing out, though. There's no difficulty selection. There is some extra voiced dialogue during a sequence with Harry and Kaufman later on. Dialogue that is in the retail version, but it's normally just text in the retail version. But in this version, it has full-on voice recording, voiced dialogue. So it's kind of interesting. I guess they changed it because the dialogue is meant to be Harry's like internal monologue, I guess. And they wanted to emphasize that more by making it just text. Which one is better? Which one is the better one to you, at least? Between the retail version and this version? I mean, they're practically identical except for like really minor stuff. I like the trade demo version just because of that one little bit of extra dialogue that you get some voice for instead of just being text, I guess. But it's not like you're going to get an overall noticeably better experience if you were like playing one over the other. To most people, if you're just playing Silent Hill 1 casually, you probably wouldn't notice a single thing different between the retail version and this version. Like, unless you're pretty intimately familiar with all the little details and things in this game, you really wouldn't notice most of the slight changes. But that's the thing. I am that type of nerd that notices that stuff. A lot of people who are here and watch my channel like noticing that stuff. So that's why we do it. What? Is this a door? If it is, there's no keyhole or even a knob. If I push it, it moves a bit, but it certainly won't open. What's this? In the center of the door is a horizontal slot. What is it for? Earlier, we picked up this picture card. It was on a table with a bunch of other scattered playing cards. A rectangular card with a picture of a key found on a desk in a classroom. What about the stuff that they forgot to put back into the US version? Is it in it? That's kind of a misconception. It's not stuff they forgot to put in, and like, it's complicated. It's complicated. So if you look at Silent Hill 1, let me pull up release dates real quick, since answering complicated questions is kind of the point of this. So Silent Hill 1 released in North America first. This game, even though it was Japanese produced and developed, made in Konami by a team of all Japanese, it wasn't written in Japanese and then like, it wasn't made in Japanese and then translated into English. It was made for a Western audience. It was made first and foremost immediately translated by the writer into English and then given to an English speaking cast. There's no Japanese cast. It's not like a dub. If you get the Japanese version of Silent Hill 1, it's the exact same English audio, just with Japanese subtitles. So first off, got to understand that going into this explanation. Japanese developed game, but it was made specifically to appeal to a Western audience. So all the English speaking voice actors, script, and everything was English from the get-go. And the game came out in North America first because of that in February of 1999. So February 1999, North America got Silent Hill 1. March of 1999, Japan got Silent Hill 1. So they got the Japanese version out about a month later. And then July 1999, Europe got their initial release. And then there were subsequent re-releases in each region as time went on. So here's the thing. North America version came out first. It's not that they forgot, Ducky, to put in the note, the newspaper article about the fire that burned down the Gillespie home. It's one of the key points of the plot, and it's missing from the North American version, but it's in the Japanese version and the European version. Now, taking the information I just gave you, the order of release dates, you can see what happened. The article is missing in the North American release because it's a bug. It's a glitch. It's the game not properly displaying an asset that should be displaying. That version released first, and people found that error, and Team Silent fixed it. But it's 1999. You don't just download an update to your game. You have to release a whole fucking new version of a game with bug fixes if you want to fix something. So the Japanese version of the game, they fixed some of those bugs that were present in the North American version. They fixed that missing article bug. So it's not that they forgot to put it in. It wasn't in the US version due to an error. They became aware of that error after the US version released, and they fixed it by the time the Japanese version released, a month later. So Japan gets a version where the mumbler creatures have been removed and replaced with claw fingers. And the newspaper article is where it should be. And then a few more glitches get found in that Japanese version, and they fix those glitches, which wind up being present. Those bug fixes wind up being present in the European release. And then it all happens again in basically the same order. Silent Hill 1 sold well enough to become what's considered like a greatest hit, and it got a re-release. So whenever it re-released in each of those regions, they updated the re-released version to contain all the previous version's bug fixes. Which is why, if you get into speedrunning Silent Hill 1, you're going to want to have to play the North American or Japanese versions, because those are the only versions that have the Aglophatus glitch that lets you skip the amusement park. If you try to do that on the European version, that version has been discovered, that glitch has been discovered. So because of that, that glitch is patched out, and you can't use that speedrun skip in that version of the game. Yo, what's up, Riz? Bodies. The article is also missing from the first Japanese release, but they released a patch for that even before the Japanese greatest hits. Yeah, but that was like a separate version of the game that they were already releasing. Like they had already found that bug. So yeah, that is correct though. Just for a slight correction. Thank you. But that article from the original Japanese, the first version of the Japanese release, it's missing. The second release is the more common version, in Japan where that article glitch has been fixed. And they initially found that fix in between the release of the first Japanese region release and the first European PAL release. So they fixed it for PAL, and then they went back, re-released it in Japan with that same bug fix. And that's the version that most people in Japan have played. It's complicated, but there we go. That's a not so short history of various Silent Hill region releases and slight differences, and why things are the way they are. Why things work in one version and not another. Wait, how fast is the trade demo? Could this be faster? No, like the internal game clock functions the same, and the game is not considerably different enough to be faster in any way. Not to mention there's no difficulty selection, so there's also not an easier difficulty, which makes the run faster on retail versions, just by the sheer fact that you can play it on easy mode. It's faster because you can play on easy. So this version is probably not anything worth speedrunning. I mean, you can speedrun anything you want, but there would not be a significant time advantage for playing this over retail. Also, we just teleported. By going into this restroom, entering and exiting, it teleports you up to the second floor, because you can see now we're back on the first floor, where we came through the door with the slot in it. Even simple stuff like this. This isn't like the introduction for a monster or a boss fight or anything like that. Just this corpse hanging up on the wall. You get this special camera angle, that dramatic like zoom in, the music sting, along with this new like ambient track. It's just really emphasizes everything creepy about these moments where you have to sort of interact with something you really don't want to. A hanging body. Why would somebody? Leonard Rhine. The monster lurks. The monster lurks. What's that supposed to mean? So this is an interesting mechanic that not everybody may not be aware of in Silent Hill 1. And there's examples of this in other Silent Hill games throughout the franchise as well, but this game's got very specific orders for examining things if you want to get the most information out of it. So if you're trying to learn as much as you can about Silent Hill, and you're trying to get all the lore, and you're trying to get as much dialogue and everything as you can, there is a book here in Midwich that normally you can examine. And if you go and you examine it, it tells you a little bit about poltergeists and strange things happening with girls having psychic powers. It's basically hinting, very strongly at what's going on with Alessa in the context of this story. Now, that book is called The Monster Lurks, and it's written by Leonard Rhine. And if you don't examine this bloody writing on the wall, then Harry Mason does not read that book. You can examine it later, but Harry won't read it. He won't have any interest in it. There's no reason for him to look into it. If you read this first, then when he notices the book and notices the title and notices the author and realizes that it was the same as the bloody writing on the wall, he will read the book. So there's a lot of sequences of information in Silent Hill 1 where if you don't look at something first, there will be missed information afterwards. So if you miss something the first time, if you miss reading this on the wall, you don't get to read that book later. And there's several other notes throughout Silent Hill 1 where if you don't look at something or examine something or read something first, then later on, when you go to examine something else that's related, it won't give you that extra information. So it really, really incentivizes you to like examine absolutely everything as you encounter it if you want to get the most out of the game and get the most information out of things in the environment. The corpses in Homecoming are almost entirely the same corpse, copy and pasted random places. Yeah, that is true. From the nightmare intro all the way through the rest of it, you see the same, like, half torso probably like 50 times. Regarding speedruns, you can actually save quite a few minutes with Trade Demo. Early Romper Out of Bounds lets you skip the entire hospital and other parts up until the Sybil fight. I didn't know that, Boris. Thank you for letting me learn something new, Silent Hill. Because I love that even somebody like me who fucking obsesses and nerds out over all this shit still has things to learn too. Especially since I stopped really actively speedrunning a lot of the games. Like, I used to be much more active of a runner to try to keep up on that type of information specifically, but you've all seen my Silent Hill 1 runs. I'm fucking garbage at this game. So I don't really run it very seriously. But yeah, thanks. I didn't know about that. I knew before Romper Skip was a thing, there was no significant time difference or time save with the Trade Demo over retail. But since then, a lot with this route has changed. My information's outdated. All thanks to Romper Skip.
Cheryl!
That was Cheryl's voice. I know it. Where is she? Cheryl. Can't use a phone. So yeah, at this point, Cheryl doesn't really exist anymore. She is an aspect of Alessa. Like Alessa is in control of that half of her soul again, and is using it to sort of project herself around the town. She's placing seals of Metatron in areas that she feels need to be protected. And she's also sort of keeping Harry on track to follow her, to learn what he needs to learn and do what he needs to do to help her. And Alessa, I think, is somewhat consciously controlling these phone calls and things where he hears Cheryl's voice. It's like she needs Harry to keep going. She needs Harry to keep looking. And by giving him those sorts of moments, hearing her voice, she knows he's not going to give up, that he's going to keep searching and eventually find Alessa, find Dahlia, and hopefully help her. All right, so we've got a fluorescent pink rubber ball used by children. I always love the trying to justify like why a character in video games just like picks up and keeps random objects. In Silent Hill 3, they kind of write it into Heather's character. She has a little bit of dialogue where she's like, oh, I'm a bit of a thief sometimes. She's a little bit of a klepto from time to time and just snatches things. But it's just like the survival horror protagonist urge to pick up and collect random rubber balls. Like, hey, I might need this. I might need this thing. This very specific, odd thing. Can't get into the piano room anymore. At this point, I'm like... yeah, we want to be a little more conservative with ammo now. We'll start avoiding some of these enemies rather than just shooting our way through. Nothing inside. All right, how many of you jumped? How many of you fell for the 25-year-old jump scare? Because it's a pretty good one. I gotta admit. This game does such a good job of building up tension and never really doing that type of jump scare. So the few times where it does throw that kind of shit out at you, it's so like catches you off guard. It was your first jump scare in video games back then? Oh man, there were so many iconic ones at that time before this even. 1994 was Resident Evil 1, 94, 95, right? The dog jumping through the window in that first hallway. That one fucking got me. That's the main one that sticks out in my head when I think like early era jump scares. That dog jumping through the window in Resident Evil, man. Hey, gamer husband and wife. I'm doing all right. Hope y'all are having a good evening. Okay, that's locked from the other side. But we got what we needed. The library reserve key. So many mumblers. Here we go. Made it to the roof of Midwich. And I mentioned earlier that Alessa is now in control of the other half of her soul. So when Cheryl arrived in the town with Harry, Harry crashed his Jeep, and then he wakes up and Cheryl is gone. So by that point, Alessa has assumed control. She's taken control of Cheryl and that other half of her soul. She can manipulate it however she sees fit now. And what she's doing is using that half of her soul to project herself into various places around Silent Hill. And part of the reason for that is to keep Harry on track so that he can help her. She's acting as a guide for him. But it's also to place these. A seal of Metatron. We saw one in the courtyard. It's the first time you see one is in the courtyard in the other world of Midwich when Harry says, I don't remember this being here before. Dahlia tries to say that this is the mark of Samael later on, that this is a bad thing. But as we all know, Dahlia Gillespie is lying. She's trying to manipulate Harry to helping her instead of Alessa. But Alessa is placing these seals of Metatron in areas to try and prevent the nightmare from spreading. She's trying to keep the other world from going outside of its bounds. And every time we see this, we saw the courtyard before the other world. There were monsters there. There was mumblers there attacking us. Once you're in the other world and there's a seal of Metatron there, no enemies. Nothing in the courtyard anymore, despite everything around you being much more warped and horrible and nightmarish because it's the other world. But there's nothing there in that courtyard along with that seal of Metatron. Same deal here up on the roof. We see a seal of Metatron here and a seal of Metatron here. No enemies. They're everywhere else in the school, but nothing up here. Thought the seal of Metatron had no power, or was that only true for Silent Hill 3? So here's the way power works in Silent Hill. That kind of requires a larger explanation of in-game logic that has been established. The spiritual power around the town of Silent Hill can take what is in your mind, what you believe, and make it real. So something that you are afraid of can be manifested as a creature that torments you. Something that you enjoy could be manifested in other ways. But things in your mind, things that you believe in, can become real. So the entire cult's existence, their beliefs, their gods, and everything are likely only real because the town is making them real. So if you believe that the seal of Metatron is a powerful sigil that can ward off the other world the way Alessa does, it functions that way. If it's in the hands of 17-year-old Heather, who remembers her lifetime as Alessa, but is very much her own person with her own thoughts and feelings and doesn't buy into the cult's bullshit, that seal of Metatron does nothing. It's a piece of junk, just the way Claudia says. She doesn't believe in it either. so it does nothing because they give it no power. Making things in my mind become real. Need that, right? Manifest destiny. There's a hanging key. It's just out of reach. We need that key. A hole in the ground, nothing special. Drainage valve, and the option to open it. I love seeing the little sequence of events play out for these kind of puzzles. Everything that drains into the wrong hole, maybe I can plug that up somehow. Everything playing out as it should. Kind of a logical progression. Although they save you a little bit of trouble. I guess if they really wanted you, like, to force you to figure everything out and do it in order logically, you would have to first come up here and do all this and recognize that you need something to plug the hole. Then you'd be able to pick up the ball. Then it would make sense that you would be looking around for something for that specific purpose. Now this puzzle I understand. Yeah, exactly. This is a nice, refreshing puzzle after they hit you with the birds without a voice, the piano puzzle. They're like, here you go. Put the round ball in the round hole. Turn the valve. Good job. You did it. 3 stars. 200 bonus influence points. Here's a very, very slight change from the retail version. See how many of you Silent Hill nerds recognize this. Notice anything? Anything different? Telling me the purifier isn't real and New Jersey is just making shit up? I'm telling you New Jersey isn't real. They've been lying to you the whole time. But yeah, one of those very, very slight differences between trade demo and retail version, this key, the location of this key. On retail, whenever you flush this key down the drain from the roof, it's right here. It's like directly underneath where the pipe would spit it out, I guess, instead of being slightly over to the side right here. It's a very minor change, but it is a change. It is a very slight difference between this and retail. I know, crazy. And these wild new experiences, it's like a whole different Silent Hill. All right. That side is still locked. And now we want to go back upstairs. We can unlock everything through the library. Imagine believing in Alaska. It's all smoke and mirrors and green screen. There we go. Library reserve open. And now, here in the library reserve, you can see there's a bunch of books here. If you try and examine them, Harry just says no useful books. But if you come over to this one on the end, he says, "What's this?" "The Monster Lurks" was the book's title. And because he read that bloody writing on the bathroom stall earlier, Harry actually investigates and reads this book. If I didn't look at that writing on the wall, Harry does not examine this book. This gets lumped in with all the other no useful books. So that's what I mean when I say there's like all these bits of information throughout this game that are so easy to miss because you have to look at something specific to sort of trigger the next piece of information in the line. Chapter 3, Manifestation of Delusions. Poltergeists are among these. Negative emotions like fear, worry, or stress manifest into external energy with physical effects. Nightmares have, in some cases, been shown to trigger them. However, such phenomena do not appear to happen to just anyone. Although it's not clear why adolescents, especially girls, are prone to such occurrences. So this gives us a little bit of context regarding Alessa and her psychic abilities and a possible way that the events unfolded that led up to what we're experiencing now. So negative emotions like fear, worry, or stress can manifest into external energy with physical effects. So it says that this is common in adolescent girls for some reason, although it's unknown why. Alessa Gillespie being an adolescent girl who is under a lot of stress, considering she's being used by her mother, by her community as a cult ritual and incubator for their god. And she is supposed to birth their god through this ritual. She's a 7-year-old girl when this ritual is taking place, so she's obviously stressed by this. And that stress, that worry, manifested into external energy with physical effects. Nightmares have, in some cases, been shown to trigger them, the result of Alessa splitting her soul and trying to stall that ritual that she was being forced to take part in, is that she falls into a coma where she is essentially in a constant state of nightmare for 7 years. However, such phenomena do not appear to happen to just anyone. It especially happens to adolescent girls. So that's just a general bit of context for Alessa, for her psychic abilities and what they're necessarily capable of, what could trigger them into occurring in the first place. Some interesting information, completely missable. If you're so focused on picking up the shotgun, which I have been many times, even during story playthroughs where I'm specifically doing this and trying to just do the story, I have forgotten to look at that writing and been unable to read that book in past playthroughs because I was focused on other stuff, made sure to pick up the shotgun, but forgot to look at the stuff on the wall, and then you miss out on all this extra context and story. Random body on the ceiling chilling. Yeah, there's lots of bodies like this. It never really gives you a clear, definitive answer as to what these bodies are. You see them all throughout Silent Hill 1. You see them recurring in Silent Hill 3 as well. but whether they're supposed to represent members of the cult who have been sacrificed, or, you know, just people who have died in the town, or just manifestations representing death or sacrifice, or, you know, any number of things. It's never given an explicit, definitive answer as to who or what these corpses are, or what they may represent. It's one of the things I love about Silent Hill as well. I've been actively obsessed with it and researching it for over 20 years now, and there are still so many parts of this, so many aspects and details and ideas and themes and visuals that are thoroughly and intentionally unexplained. They're there. They're creepy, and you don't know why. Doesn't matter how much you think about it, doesn't matter what theories you come up with. At the end of the day, there's some stuff that's just, it's disturbing. It disturbs you, and you don't really know why. You don't really know what its purpose is other than to disturb you. I call that effective. Effective storytelling. That's effective psychological horror. Hearing this, the hunter armed with bow and arrow said, "I will kill the lizard." But upon meeting his opponent, he held back, taunting, "Who's afraid of a reptile?" At this, the furious lizard hissed, "I'll swallow you up in a single bite." Then the huge creature attacked, jaws opened wide. This is what the man wanted. Calmly drawing his bow, he shot into the lizard's gaping mouth. Effortlessly, the arrow flew, piercing the defenseless maw, and the lizard fell down dead. This is from an old fairy tale. I remember reading it as a kid. So stuff like this, it's foreshadowing to a boss that we're going to encounter, and some context into how to fight it. You know, wait for it to open the maw and then shoot inside the mouth. So it's giving you some in-game context for like a boss fight and how to deal with it. But also you can kind of start thinking about, like, why would this be here? Everything is being manifested in this other world from Alessa. And we've already seen multiple instances, Wizard of Oz and The Lost World, being representations of these books, these storybooks and things that Alessa was familiar with, and how they manifest things into the town as a result. So something like those books being familiar to her, this is a book that Harry knew. Harry remembers this book. He says he remembers this fairy tale. And it's likely he would have read this fairy tale, if he's familiar with it, he may have read it to Cheryl at some point. And Cheryl is once again in control, you know, or rather Alessa is once again in control of her aspect of herself, her split off soul that existed as Cheryl. And she gets those memories, all of the memories that Cheryl had in her 7 years of life apart from Alessa. Once she returns to the town, Alessa regains all that. So she remembers Harry. She remembers whatever Harry would have felt and acted and told Cheryl over those 7 years of life. So this storybook could very well be something that Harry read to Cheryl. Cheryl remembered. Now Alessa knows of it. And it's manifesting into the reality as a result. As something helpful. Something to aid Harry. Some information to help him defeat something that is in his way. There are so many more enemies here than the retail version. All these rooms with bugs, there's like way more bugs than there usually are. Plenty of shotgun ammo here and an ampule, our second ampule. Really nice healing items. Relieve pain to recover stamina to high. Effect lasts for a while. So this is a healing item that not only fills up your health, but kind of gives you like a mild regen effect for a little bit, if I remember correctly. Although it's over the course of like a significant amount of time. First aid kit heals injury to provide moderate stamina recover. Item description's a little different there. They changed that. They correct that to say moderate stamina recovery in the retail version. These are some of those very, very minor item description changes. Between this trade demo and the retail version. Let's go ahead and equip our shotgun since we're going to fight a boss. Cake or Death, you said, I was thinking of Silent Hill puzzles the other day. I missed the ones where you actually have to use your fucking brain. In newer games, in modern games, puzzles are all match the shape, number, color, and it's so boring and easy. It's a real fine line, right? And it's not going to be the same for everybody. Like, people have different tolerance levels for puzzles. Some people are willing to dig into certain kinds and better at certain visual kind of puzzles. Other people like logic puzzles, and their minds are kind of more geared into figuring things out in a different way. And I feel like there is a decent spread across the Silent Hill games of like types of puzzles, things that are satisfying to all different types of puzzle solving, thinking, critical thinking styles. For example, this puzzle. This is a puzzle right here. You have to figure out how to turn these two valves in order to give you clearance, in order to be able to walk through this passage without bars being in the way. There's no note. There's no clue. There's nobody sitting here. There's no Navi popping up going, hey, look at this. There are some numbers scratched in the wall and directions telling you which way to turn the valve. I wonder what it means. No. It gives you two valves that you can interact with, and you experiment with them. You walk up to them, you see what you can do. You can turn it left, you can turn it right, or you can leave it alone. And you can turn both of them and see what turning them does. You can see which directions you turn it, where bars move into the way. You can see which way you turn the valves, where bars move out of the way. And through that, you just have to figure out, either by paying attention or through trial and error, brute forcing it, to just keep turning it until you find a way through here. That's it. No clues, no notes, no nothing. Just here is a situation, you have to get through it, figure out what you can interact with and what you can do, and solve it. I love this type of puzzle. This is one of my favorite types of puzzle. I love the ones where you don't need a note. You don't have to worry about a language barrier. You don't have to worry about anything like that. It's just something for someone to logically figure out. Pick up the pieces, see how they move, see what you can do with them, and then solve it. Figure out what needs to be done based on that context. I love that type of puzzle. Yeah, this is a pretty good example of one. Because even if you don't want to think that through, You can brute force it in no time. There's not that many combinations. There's only so many ways you can turn both valves. So even if you just brute force it, you'll get it eventually. But for the people who do want to figure it out logically, kind of piece by piece, you can. And it's satisfying no matter how you solve it. Here we have our first boss, the split-head lizard. Hell of a boss arena, too. This giant funeral pyre, this one of those bodies just completely engulfed in flame on top of this metal ball spike contraption in the floor. The seal of Metatron smacked right on top. Alessa's trying. She's trying to give us some help. The seal is there. But now it's up to Harry. He's got to be the one to do something about it. Oh, yeah. I forgot. That is a major change. It might not seem major to most of you watching, but I just felt the change. When you ready your weapons in the trade demo, there's like a few extra little parts to the animation where Harry like readies it and then aims. So he does that for every weapon, which means it takes longer for you to take your weapon out and actually ready it. So there's a lot of situations where I'm getting hit thinking that I'm gonna have time to ready a weapon and attack, but that little bit of extra animation, those few extra frames between the trade demo animations and the final retail animations, it's just enough to fuck with my muscle memory. Especially for something like this, where if you fuck up your timing, you just die in one hit. Also, a nice little bonus to the trade demo, you can push around the corpse after killing Splithead. You can do it a little bit in the retail version, but not that much. Here's Alessa's projection. She's projecting herself the way that she envisions herself at the age of 14 if she were unburned, uninjured.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Where am I? This is a boiler room. What is going on here? We get the K. Gordon key. The tag says K. Gordon, found in the school's boiler room. K. Gordon, Old Silent Hill, Southwest Block. So it gives you some information on finding Kim Gordon's house. K. Gordon being Alessa's teacher. I hear a church bell maybe. Who's ringing the bell? Another very minor difference here between the retail version and trade demo. Whenever that cutscene happens and Harry hears the bell, the retail version has him facing much more away. Like, he's usually closer to right here, facing the wall when you come out of that cutscene. And instead, for the trade demo, he's more like over here, just kind of facing this corner. Really minor stuff. Really, really minor changes. like I said, the majority of the differences between trade demo and retail release, most people won't see. So here's the list of teachers that we examined when we first entered the school. K. Gordon, that's it. I'll note the address down on the map. I don't know if the name is actually Kim Gordon. We only know K. Gordon. I just say Kim Gordon because that's the member of the Sonic Youth, considering it's a Sonic Youth reference in the retail version. Because it gives you, the retail version teacher list says Moore, Ronaldo, and Gordon, which is Steve Shelley, Roger Moore, Kim Gordon, who am I forgetting? But yeah, either way, it's a reference to the band members of the band Sonic Youth. So even though we never know K. Gordon's actual first name, I just sometimes refer to them as Kim Gordon. Thurston Moore. Sorry, yeah, Thurston Moore. Got here late, sorry, but what are the biggest differences between this demo and release? Very minor visual changes, some minor camera angle differences, some slightly different item placements. There is no selectable difficulty on the trade demo. There are enemy behavioral differences in the trade demo. Air screamers will form large roving gangs. And there is one extra line of voiced dialogue for Harry Mason in the trade demo that is normally only text in the retail version. That's about it. No selection of difficulty, so which one is it defaulted to? Normal, kind of. It's not exactly the same as retail normal. It's a little more difficult. It has slightly different enemy variations, but for the most part, yeah. Oops. So we're heading towards the sound of the church bell. But I'm going to make a save here, and I'm going to take another short break so that I can get up, stretch my legs, refresh my drink, all that good stuff before we continue on. The rest are the same, like all the endings and same items. Some item placements and stuff are different. The main story is all the same. Like, you can play the whole game from beginning to end. All of the endings are still there. So there's not like anything significant missing or anything like that. They're very, very similar. Like, the trade demo is almost identical to the retail version, but it's got enough little differences that it's interesting. It's worth talking about. And I haven't gone through it and talked about it in several years on this channel, so I figured we'd do it again. But yeah, I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and we will continue on with more Silent Hill 1 in-depth story playthrough a little bit after this. Actually, what time is it? I'm up on just now hitting 3 a.m. Been going for a little over 5 hours. you know, I think I'm going to actually go ahead and call it here for the night. Give my throat a bit of a break. And that way we can come back and finish basically the second half of the game. We're not quite halfway through, but we're close enough to a halfway point that this is not a bad time to stop and pick this back up tomorrow. We'll probably finish it tomorrow. But that way I'm not wearing my throat and voice out any more than I have to. So we'll do that instead. But thank you all so much for coming by, hanging out, chilling, keeping me company. I appreciate everyone who's been enjoying the streams and supporting me. Everyone who's been asking questions and giving me some good things to talk about and discuss during these playthroughs. Always makes it a lot more interesting for me and for everyone else and for everyone who watches these VODs in the future. So, again, thank you all so much for being here. We'll pick this back up tomorrow. I'm trying to get back onto a 8 p.m. Eastern starting time, but my sleep schedule is still a bit fucked up, so it might be late, it might be early. If you want to follow me on Twitter or follow the Discord, let me get a link if anybody wants to join the Discord. That's the best place to keep up with stream updates and keep up with me and keep up with this community. So that way I've got a live channel, going live announcement channel. So if anything changes, if a stream's going to get canceled, if it's going to be late, or anything like that, that's the best way to know what's going on. Otherwise, for the most part, I'll be on Mondays through Fridays around 8 p.m. every night, 8 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be getting through Silent Hill story playthroughs for the entire franchise. I try to do that multiple times every year, so we're coming up on a new year. Might as well go through all of them again. So we'll be going through the entire franchise in depth, and that includes a lot of side things like PT and the play novel and the arcade game. I'll be covering all of that as well. And I'll be letting people vote on what order we'll be doing these playthroughs in. So right now, people voted for Silent Hill 1. So we're going through Silent Hill 1. Once we're done with this, we did a poll earlier during the stream that decided that after 1, we're going to go to 2. So for now, we're just kind of going in order from 1 to 2. But whenever we get to Silent Hill 2, we'll do a poll, decide what to play after that, and so on and so forth. I'll also be playing some other stuff. Dead by Daylight, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Alan Wake 2, and Signalis are all up on the chopping block for, not chopping block, but they're things that could happen on the stream. So any one of these days might also just be Dead by Daylight or Alan Wake or something else. Is there a trade version of 2? There are demos, but there's not anything quite like this for 2. At least not that's publicly and readily available. So, yeah, when we get to 2, it's just going to be probably enhanced edition playthrough. But all right. Thank you all so much for being here. Let me make absolutely sure to save my game and make a backup save, and we'll go raid somebody. We've gotten some raids from a lot of wonderful folks today. Catlink, Ducky, Techie. We had quite a few raiders. So we need to pass that love. Pass that love along. Maxie still going? Maxie is still going. Yeah, Trina. Sorry, Trina also raided. We had a bunch of good raids today. A lot of people sharing their communities with us. So in turn, we are going to be raiding one of my good friends, Maxie Lobes. A lot of you might already know Maxie, or you're already following Maxie. If you're not, please do yourself a favor and follow this man. He is an absolute legend when it comes to speed running. He is a world record holder for many games across many genres, many categories over many years. The dude is an absolute speedrunning master. He's also extremely knowledgeable in Silent Hill, Resident Evil, and many other games. So you've probably, for those of you who've been following for a long time, you know, and you remember Team Silent here on Twitch, Maxie was part of Team Silent. He was one of the first people I talked to about joining Team Silent with me. So he's great. He's an absolute legend, and he definitely deserves your follow and your attention, because he's great. And he's playing some Resident Evil 2. He's doing invisible enemies and hardcore Resident Evil 2 runs. No merchant as well. So insane Resident Evil challenge runs. So go wish him luck, show him some love, and I'll see you all tomorrow for more Silent Hill 1 in depth. Till then, take it easy, be good to each other, and I'll see you next time. Peace.